we're just gonna get into it. I'm just gonna hop on the ladder. I would really like to get some clips. I'd love to get some highlights today. Get a couple good games. Thanks for the follow, Fortinet 40. So boot up the YouTube now, and yeah, that's the plan. So just chilling, waiting for the news to report mass arrests. You know, of wealthy upper class individuals would be nice. Probably not anytime soon, but one can pray, one can hope. Well, look at this. Oh, immediately into a TVZ. This is how I want to start. This is how I want to start my day, honestly. So, what more could I ask for than a little Terran versus Zerg to kick it off today? As far as anything you guys need to know goes, should have some better performance. I set up DXVK for SC2 since I've been playing on Windows again. Don't need to go gas first. I don't know that it'll like really help the ping, but I think better frame times or literally better performance in any measurable way is kind of what I want. So I figure I'm at that point where even a 0.5% gain somewhere would be nice, just for reducing the impact of the latency. And I made a point to get on at a good time today, right? I'm here. It's like not even 1. I think it just turned 1, so I got on before 1. I did it. Big day for Nathan. And that's it. I don't really have a whole lot else. There was some really good news for the stonk today. They ended up canceling the interview they were going to do with the CEO because apparently they're in the middle of negotiations and can no longer publicly speak about what they're doing, which is kind of cool. So I think we finished up, stock finished up 8% today, which was nice. Yep, pool first. Fantastic. So take a guy or two off of mining the gas, because what I'm going to need to do is get this little setup here so I don't die. Didn't see gas? He might have had gas. It's possible. Oh, shit. No, it was just a regular cheese. All right, GG. Let's just go next. That's just bad luck for our first game of the day. That's all. I'm just going to look at his profile and see if he does this every game. So if I just don't want to rematch him if he cheeses every game, because I want to play. Yeah, he does 12 pull every game is what it looks like. Well, at least now I know if I play him again later. But okay, that's good to know. So he just does that every game. Bad luck for Nathan. I was gonna say that build is designed to be my not Reaper expand, but still scout fast enough to see cheese. But somehow that build even was faster. Somehow that build was an even faster cheese than a SCV scout at 13 supply could see coming. Crazy, crazy. Cray, cray. Why do I work so hard sometimes, huh? Well, it's another TVZ, so we can try again. Hopefully this guy doesn't 12 pool us. I don't want to be a paranoid enough player to be able to defend a 12 pool. Does that make sense? Well, we are just waiting to see where he spawned, I guess, right? That's about it. Not much happening. It's so bizarre, like, you know, at 1.5 minutes into the game, like, the StarCraft match has almost started, you know what I mean? But in, like, League of Legends, we'd already be, like, deep into our laning phase here, so... I'd already be hitting minions in mid lane. But, right, I mean, I guess I wanted to go Reactor first, but we can do a Reaper. Could always bring back the Wings of Liberty start. I'd probably quit StarCraft forever if they went back to 6 workers, unironically. That would be a really horrible idea. I'm guessing the only people who want that are StarCraft players in their, like, 50s. I checked my audience stats, by the way. Most of the people who watch my stuff are between 24 and 44, so... we can make jokes about 50-year-olds here. If you're 40, please just know that I'm going to assume you're a little more open-minded than the people older than you. All right? That's your fault for having a slightly more sane generation. Deal with it. No, going back to a 6-worker start where nothing happens until 5 minutes? Bro. No, the worst part about StarCraft is how slow the start of the game is, I think, right now, for me. The more I play the game, the more I feel like the game actually does just take... It's because everything has gotten nerfed so much that it's just a rush to the late game. So, I would really like to see them make all the buildings construct faster. All the buildings should go faster. Maybe they leave the upgrades alone, but... I would love if, like, every single structure in the entire game had... We could start conservatively. I could be nice to you and say, how about we reduce the build time by, like, 20% to begin? I would prefer 50%. But I'm gonna do the thing that most people, for some fucking reason, can't do. And I'm gonna use the C word, guys. Have you ever heard the word compromise? It's where you, like, try to move towards progress, but understand that you won't get there immediately on the first try. Now, most human beings, when they hear that word, you know, their eyes glaze over red, they lose their senses. The idea of not getting exactly what they want means that their opinion isn't completely 100% right. So, you know, people get upset. People get upset at that concept. But I would absolutely love to see the units take a little bit... I would love to see the game get going a little bit faster than it does. That's all. People aren't wrong about the workers start affecting early game and mid game a lot, but the problem could be solved if you could just build stuff faster. So I would like to see that. I would like to see that done at some point. The game length has already started to come down because of the fact that people are being able to macro up and get all this stuff faster, since everybody's gotten so much better at, like, defending everything that people do, you know, on the ladder. And I think that's another big part of it. Hey, Nate, saw you're back to streaming. No more IT guy? No. It only takes one Zoom call of my boss trying to justify the shit that RFK dude says on TV for me to realize I needed to get out of there as soon as I could. That was all it took. Plus, Katie is a lot happier now too. We were both working there. She loves what she does. People who worship billionaires disgust me. You want to worship somebody and work hard, you know, worship your dad, worship somebody in your life that, you know, makes you feel safe. Think of a guy that you could be in a tough situation with, that you know that they wouldn't make things worse, you know? They would just get you out safe. That's a good person to idolize. I like that idea a little bit more. Sycophancy. Gross. Gross. Even though I'm a hot mess, you know, my wife loves me. She shows up for me every day. I worship her, that's for sure. Ain't nobody else in my life doing that for me, except my dad. You know what I mean? There's some good people to spend my time thinking about. Not some guy who's gonna say magic words online and change my life forever. Damn, what is this gonna be? Just a huge, like, all in to stop me from taking my third? Is that it? He's like right up on me. He's right up on me. Yo, Katie, thanks for the resub. I love you. Good to see you, Pookie. I guess this is just how it's gonna be, huh? He's getting a little turtle action. Yeah, he's playing pretty passive, but I'm kind of like expecting a big all-in at some point. I feel like that's where a game like this has to go, especially he's trying to expand right outside my base, right? He's trying to expand right outside my base. I can't imagine how people must feel who spend all their time trying to circle jerk these random guys that don't give a shit about them on the internet all day, though, you know? All you do is learn just worse and worse things about them every day. You just come up with like new ways to justify it in your head, or say how everybody else is wrong, you know? I can't imagine what that life must be like. Tell you guys what, Banjo-Kazooie's not on the list. I checked, okay? Banjo-Kazooie's not there. Banjo-Kazooie never went to the island. God bless him. I also didn't see Solid Snake's name there. I didn't see Dracula. Love your mentality. Thanks, man. But like, you know, you obsess over some of these people, and then the shit you learn, all you can do is either accept you're an idiot or double down. Too many people keep pressing the double down option. Yes, but where's Waldo? Yeah, exactly. Talk about a particular one. I think we're at the point where it's just about all of them. But feel free to replace in your mind whatever you want there. I'm just saying, if you guys had grown up wanting to be like Solid Snake and fight for a better world, even if it's a completely fictional one. You know, I don't think you'd have to feel like such a dumbass as some of these guys must every day now. That's all. Mumbo Jumbo ain't there either. All right, we checked. Neither is Humbo Wumba. This is perfect. It's time. Yeah, he's just going mass ravages. Here we go. The last big push. Damn. What do you guys think? Am I going to be able to get any of these dudes back here? Need blue flame. I don't have blue. I don't actually have any of the factory upgrades. I think that's really the big screw up here. Is blue flame still an upgrade? Yeah. Well, Mr. Beast is a rich white guy, right? So it's probably there somewhere. We'll see. I can't say I've looked him up. I'm sure we'll find out. Sure we'll find out soon enough. He gives poor people the illusion they might be rich one day, though, so I'm sure there'll be plenty of people defending him to the end, no doubt. Well, I feel like we almost had him there. I think we almost had him there. Yeah, we might just have to GG here. I don't really know that we're going to be able to do anything else. I just don't have the right amount of money coming in anymore. That big push was all I was going to get, I think. He's got a lot of money because he's just been, he's been turtling passively the whole game, so he's never going to attack me at any point this whole match, as you guys have probably figured out. He literally just waits for me to attack him the whole game. So I don't really know if I can beat somebody who's gonna just play this passively but have answers to everything everywhere. You know what I mean? He might just be that much better than me. Too much of a gap. So I'm just going to keep trying to poke him as much as I can. Take what I can get. Yeah, he wants to get the Banes on the Hellions. We'll be able to max out like once this match. That's the kind of game we're playing at this point. Let's go. Let's do it, man. You gonna turtle? You want to turtle the whole entire game? Let's end it. Yeah. All right, well, I have no idea if this will be enough, but we're gonna find out. What can I do here, right? Probably nothing. I just gotta like float one of my bases over to this and just go for it. Hit it with a little YOLO action. He is really giving it his all, though. Oi, oi, oi. How many bases you got? Oh, he's got no drones there. Okay, he's kind of broke. That's good to know. That's good to know. Well, maybe if we can take this command center, we can win, but we'll just have to see how much stuff he has. I really don't know if I have any ability to do stuff here. I do feel like I've been getting trolled, but I'm not 100% sure how much money he has with all the static defense he spent on, so we'll just have to see. We'll just have to see. We'll try to get some Cyclones and Hellions out and see if that does something. Crazy game to start things off here. Okay, good. He's got nothing there. That's good to know. That's good to know. Yeah, 4 Ravagers, not bad. All right, I think that's game. Let's go next. Yeah, that guy was... I mean, that was just another one of those games where a dude never scouted and just had everything where it needed to be. So I don't really feel like I can give any insightful commentary as a result. All right, we got TVT. Hi, Nate. Hope you had a good weekend. Yeah. Nate, how do you see life in the professional aspect? You don't expect much about it? Well, what do you mean? What do you mean? What I'm doing right now is doing very, very well, you know? There's a knock-on effect to how long it really takes to snowball into something huge, but I'm pretty happy with my stuff. You know, I only took that last job because they needed some part-time IT help, and they ended up having like a huge disaster because they basically didn't have any standards for their security practices or anything, and they have a bunch of like, you know, they did the thing where they used a bunch of workarounds more or less to like not have to enter passwords all the time. So I didn't actually want to work there. I was gonna do a little bit and then I'll still be streaming, but it was kind of nice. It was like a good break from streaming itself, but as far as like professional aspirations go, I don't know. I know that people who don't actually like follow me or know anything about me, they think that like because I haven't been getting hired to do big StarCraft events for a few years now, like I've mostly just been doing online events. They think that like I'm homeless, I guess, but like wouldn't I have like killed myself like 4 years ago if that was the case? I don't know. So people always come in here and they're like, Nathan, how are you still alive? How are you still alive? And I'm like, yeah, I don't know, guys. I don't know. I bought a lot of GameStop when it was $10. Is that a good answer? If I told you I was living off that for a little bit, that was good. If I told you my calls for October right now are currently up 50%, would you believe me? Yeah. I got some nice calls for the end of the year back in December. I'm feeling pretty good these days. I got my first YouTube short over 100,000 views, so you know, StarCraft on Twitch might be a little bit dead because people can't really like do the hype stuff with supporting and donating as much as they used to, but YouTube I can get a lot more eyeballs on my stuff, and I already am. So I'm very, very happy with how it's been going, and my goal primarily is to just keep doing that. So if you tune into my stream and you're like, Nathan, your viewers and subs aren't where they need to be for you to be a millionaire, I'm like, yeah, that's why I'm busting my ass on this YouTube thing. So, and it is paying off, so I'm very happy about that. But you don't have to worry about me. You don't have to worry about me. I'm not gonna have to roll those calls until it gets closer to April. So for the next month and a half, I'm just waiting and giddy. They canceled the CEO's interview today on the business channel because they apparently have material information they can't discuss anymore. So that makes me think they must be moving on their acquisition plans, which is exciting. I think the stock's up like 30% this month, or in the last month of this year. The year-to-date chart is beautiful. Got a beautiful year-to-date chart. That's all I'm gonna say. Can you share your vision about how you see things, like in general? There's not a lot to say there without getting super political, and you guys are kind of getting blasted with it everywhere. I just hope those of you who like wrongfully supported some of these creepy ass pedophiles destroying everything in the world, that's good. I just hope some of you are willing to feel a little bit ashamed and change your mind instead of triple down on it forever. That's really about it. That's the only advice I could give you, all right? But the world right now, I mean, we got crooks in charge of everything, so it is kind of impossible to know generally where anything is going. The stock market is entirely propped up by OpenAI receiving investments from other companies to then pay those same companies back the money that was invested into them. There's never been a bigger Ponzi scheme in history. Even if there is some value to the AI stuff, it's never been anything on this level before. Getting them cyclones out. He used his racks for a quick cover here. He's got how many tanks? Just one? Maybe two? Oh, he's got 3 tanks. Yeah, fuck it, man. Just get all up in there. Hell yeah, GG. Let's go next. Came here for the BCs, but damn, Nate is actually super based. Yeah, man. Well, actually, I think, you know, honestly, I was like, I've been kind of hoping my whole life that Ukraine would get added to the EU so I could have EU citizenship. That's like one of my, you know, I looked into it a few years back, but like I can actually get dual citizenship there because my dad's from there if I ever want to go. So I don't have to like do anything with there. But obviously they're separate from like the EU, you know, so that's the only tough part about it. So if they ever joined the EU, then I would be if they ever joined the EU, then I'd be able to go over there a little more easily. You can guarantee. Okay, guys. All right. I see. You asked my opinions, and now you're asking me if I feel lucky. You're telling me the grass isn't greener. That's nice, honey. That's nice. Yeah, I know. Pedos run a lot of your stuff too. That we all learned that this week. They're actually everywhere. You know, they're actually all over. The real question is any, you know, consequences, right? At least Prince Andrew lost all his aura and riz, right? At least somebody. We can say there's at least one person we know of that had faced any kind of punishment at all, so that's nice, I guess. But yeah, crazy shit, man. Absolutely crazy. Yeah, that'd be dope, Emperor. That'd be dope. Hear that word one more time, you don't know what you're gonna do. I don't say that word particularly often, so I think you're safe. Yeah, my family immigrated from Eastern Europe because of their religious beliefs and being persecuted. So being Jewish people in Eastern Europe back in the 50s, 40s, 30s, not very popular, you know. So just because I'm a handsome white guy doesn't mean that I'm not incredibly based when it comes to hating fascists. Sorry, guys. You'll find no allies. You'll find no allies for insanity here. The most insane thing I'll do is tell you that if we all work together, maybe we can fix some of this shit. That'll be the craziest thing I say. But again, you need the people justifying it to themselves to slowly wake up. It's just you know, it takes time. You can tell when you meet somebody who's spent too much time next to it, though, because you'll get, like, guy in chat is repeating things they say. Like, he thinks he's doing it ironically, but, like, they managed to get him to say their own shit for him. It's wild. It's wild how fast people jump to that. Wild, wild, wild. Damn. Why, you doing the same build as me? All right. No, this guy just literally did the same exact build as me, but was like waiting for it. Is this like, do I need to get baked right now? Yeah, he hasn't played in 15 days. He hasn't played in 15 days. Did he hop on and just do? Okay, he just got on to cheese a bunch of people today. I'm gonna wait for him to queue up for another game because that's. I feel like people are already trolling me. But yeah, it's all that weird stuff. It's all that weird stuff, man. That's crazy though. There's so much crazy shit. The entire conservative ideology for the last 10 years is based off of a complete fake thing put together by all these psychopath pedophile billionaires. Is really a legendary thing to learn. It's been a week. It's been a week. Imagine finding out everything you've been told was just so you would vote for pedophiles. It's really incredible. Oh, you got into a game and left. All right. We'll give him another second. Who won Home Story Cup? I think it was Clem de la Planche. He had a great performance. Well, I think this makes me definitely think the guy's sniping me now, which is validating. So I do appreciate that. Yeah, it was Clem versus Showtime for the final. It was really good. It was a really good final. Home Story Cup highlight was Gabe beating Cyril. Yeah, Gabe did. Gabe was playing like, I gotta say, the Cyclone stuff he was doing was pretty fun to watch. I feel like I usually see Zergs use Infestors and Banelings pretty effectively. Like, the fact that Cyril wasn't able to get any surrounds at all or like any damage done in any capacity to Gabe was really huge. Like honestly, the biggest takeaway, if you go back and rewatch any of those matches, if you're like want to learn or know what I would focus on there, my favorite thing was the way that, if you watch, but he basically never actually gets to the other side of the map, you know? You never actually see Cyril get to counterattack. You never see him get to put pressure back on the other side. So essentially Cyril just got boxed into his base the whole entire match. And I think that the best or the reason why that worked as well as it did is I got an email. My ISP has been acquired by AT&T. Rip me. Yeah, Cyril was never able to counterattack. And Gabe, Hero Marine had a really nice macro setup. I think he was somewhere crazy, like 10 or 11 factories. Absolutely nuts. Absolutely nuts. But maybe Protoss can't do it to him. Well, Protoss isn't that good. There's not that many good Protoss players, so it's not surprising. Not surprising at all to see Clem beat Showtime in the final, but it was a great tournament. For me, it's mostly just like watching. For me, it's mostly like watching pro StarCraft and getting to see live events. That's really, that's really where the joy is for me. That's where the joy is for me. Love that. I did the wrong build against like both of my TVTs that I did today. This is actually this is the same build I've been doing, but I meant to do it versus Protoss. It's crazy. Yeah. So if you guys want to see one of these embarrassed people that has to like use weird online argument points that seem like they're from a Russian troll farm to attempt to make his arguments because he can't address any of the things that we say here, just look at the Fortinet guy. Just look how long it took for him to get from trying to ask me a vague question about how I feel to just absolutely going off with his political garbage in chat. his divisive, hateful messages. I'll clear him out in a minute, but just to give you guys an idea there, you know, you hate to see it. You can hardly tell if he's a bot or just another person that got lied to. You can hardly tell. Now we have a zero tolerance policy for that kind of garbage. All right, enjoy your last 20 seconds. You have until I kill this guy with my cyclones to beg for your life. Good luck. Spoiler, it's not gonna work. I need some good memes today. I need some good plays. Our clips have been popping off. You didn't know you couldn't talk politics? You can talk about whatever you want, but if you want to come in here and say divisive things and talk down on other people, or if you want to be rude about it, that's one thing. All right, I just, you know, I'm on the right side here. I'm opposed to the cabal of pedophiles running the world. So that's all I said. You decided to go deep into some whole other crazy shit yourself. So all right, I'll stop responding to him, guys. Sorry. In fact, you know, I just gotta. There we go. Yeah, reevaluate the way that you speak to people online, bro. Good luck. Good luck with the rest of your life. All right. I love you. Easy. All I do is take 30 to 15 second clips from my stream and post them on YouTube. It's gonna be 99% of my income by the end of the year. Okay, so if you want to come here and talk shop, I don't have to worry about pushing people away, speaking my mind anymore. So I'm gonna tell you how fucking dumb you are, and then you can go leave. Hell yeah. Oh, we got him to pull all the way back inside his base, which is nice. Yo, Naywan, hair looks better. Hell yeah, man. Yeah, I got a cut. Nathan finally got his hair cut. Got him! Clip that shit. Let's go. Let's go. Exactly, who's the dude? Exactly. Being insecure about yourself is absolutely no reason to take it out on everybody else on the planet just because you're a little bitch. Let's go next. Yo, Guitar Cheese. Hey, handsome. Hell yeah. If I only had 5 viewers and I knew that they weren't in favor of this bullshit insanity, I'd be okay with that. This will never be a safe space for the intolerant. Yo, Broody. But thank you. You know, I actually put the Paul Mitchell leave-in in my hair today. I did. I used the Paul Mitchell leave-in in my hair today for this stream. I was hoping you would notice. I would hope you would notice. Do I have any pets? Yeah, I've got a golden retriever. He is 6 years old. He's a very handsome, very healthy boy. And I have he's a Zerg. We don't have to go gas first. And I have a tabby cat. You feel like you've missed something important? You know, I just want to die on the right side of history, Broody. That's all. I hope you're well. Do I still cast? I think the last thing I cast was I did like a little Stormgate thing, and actually no, the last thing I casted, I did some Mechabellum. Back in August, but they never sent me like a contract, and I only asked them like 3 times, so I just kind of gave up on that. But you know, I don't really like having to chase people down to get paid for stuff, so when you're already offering me peanuts and it starts to turn into a second job to get paid from you, that's when I stop talking to you. So I probably won't be doing any more of that stuff. But you know, I think the last StarCraft thing I got paid to do was EPT, right? I did the final EPT event, so that was fun. I did it online, but pretty much every StarCraft cast I've done since 2021 has been online. Unfortunately, most of the businesses that used to hire me all got bought by the Saudi guys. They pretty much picked up every company in the space. There's no, like, you guys probably familiar with this, but like there's obviously some huge crazy shit going on in the background of our global financial system, but there's not really a lot of venture capital money being dumped into promoting video games. So I've mostly just been doing this. I wish there was stuff to cast. I wish there was stuff to do. Somebody's like, go do Home Story Cup, and I'm like, you know, most of those guys fly themselves out there and don't get paid to work it. You know, unfortunately, I'm just not that well off. So I don't have 10 grand and a whole week to take off, right, to go fly out to Germany and play video games. So that's you know, one day hopefully somebody will have money to do something cool and they'll want me to be a part of that. But otherwise, there's just not a lot happening in this space. So. But like I said, if GameStop hits 5,000 a share, I'll start running my own tournament too. So you guys can all come up to Washington and we'll do our own league out here. How about that? That offer is good for about 2 decades. So I'll give you 20 years. You can call me on that one. All right, you got a lot of time. I'm a patient man. But yeah, you know, Billie Eilish can speak up, I can. So I like that. I like doing that. Big congrats to her, by the way. Song of the year. Hell yeah. That's sad. I'd love to see you at Home Story Cup. Well, again, maybe one day. If I ever have the ability, you know, if I get to that point where I can afford to just go to one of these things when they happen, I will. But I've never been a super well-off person, so 100% of the travel I've done in my life internationally has been paid for by like Blizzard or done for someone like that. So I've unfortunately never really had the privilege to just go do stuff like that on a whim, but if the opportunity were to ever present itself, I hope you know the last thing I would say is no. That said, did you guys hear in the lighter news, did you guys hear there's going to be, they already announced the next 2 Home Story Cups? Did you guys hear about this? I thought that was pretty cool. It seems like Home Story Cup 30 is going to be pretty big. So he's just like turtling up, huh? Mass Queen kind of deal. What do you guys think? Is he just going mutas? Oh, he's going Ravagers. He's going Ravagers. Lots of people watching right now. Yeah, thanks for tuning in, guys. If you're watching on YouTube Shorts, make sure you double tap the screen, all right? All right, yeah, no, I think we're done. GG. You took a sick day from work. Cheeky, Calaris. Cheeky. Yeah, another, he just kind of did a huge roach all in at, yeah, he has lair at 4 minutes. Just a giga roach push. That's tough. It's tough to hold. That's what I get for now battle cruiser rushing people, right? If you try to macro up, they'll just kill you when you take your third. That's the hardest thing. It's the hardest thing about playing Terran. They're talking about East Europe as a possible location this time. Really? Okay. Things to be hopeful about for 500, I guess. All right, we got another Zerg. So far, everybody's just gone Ravagers. Do you guys give me permission to go battle cruisers? I was going to try and play a regular game, but I mean, these guys are all just going mass Ravagers, right? But yeah, like I said, we have a 6-year-old golden retriever and a 12-year-old tabby cat. Lewis and Kiki. Are you 12 pulling me too, bro? Type in all caps, I love vanilla ice cream. No? He's not gonna do it. He doesn't love me. I'll take it. Yeah, I've got some calls for October at 23 strike, so. Been a good month. Been a very good month. Damn, Glue Gang. That's incredible. How much heat does an astronaut leave behind in the space that they're moving through when they're on a spacewalk, you know? Because we know, like, without convection or conduction, it's only radiation that energy can move out there. So, like, what exactly is the heat give-off rate? I assume the suits had to have more cooling systems than anything, since the person itself is a heat source. But, you know, I'm really not 100% sure how exactly they go about managing that. There's like a closed loop liquid cooling system that runs through the entire International Space Station, to my knowledge. I was reading up on this recently, when these guys are talking about trying to put AI servers in space, and I think they said the heating equivalent to maybe run a small footprint data center would be somewhere in the realm of like 3 football fields worth of solar panels. Maybe. Too many people watch movies where they step into space and they like freeze instantly. They think it's like cold. They think it's cold like going outside in cold weather cold. That's not really how it works. Like if you go out in cold weather and you start to feel cold, that's mostly like the air, right? Obviously, if you're touching snow or stuff like that, it can have that effect, but like mostly it's the air pulling the heat away from you through every possible mean, right? So there's mechanics that don't really exist out there that affect how a lot of that stuff works, which is fascinating. Fascinating. You guys saw that Magic School Bus episode? I didn't. You got an MKV rip for me, bro? I'll trade you my the Banjo-Kazooie recompile install directory if that helps. But you can totally see how that, like, you know, those pitch decks get thrown together by people that don't know anything, though. It's simple, guys. It's simple. We just put it in space, and then free infinite solar energy at a higher output. And there's totally no difficulty at all getting away incredible amounts of heat with absolutely no mechanism with which to remove it from the source. I guess if they do some really creative plumbing, you could probably get a couple mile long, like, water-filled tube or some shit up there, but... He's got a lot of Zerglings. Oh, look, he opened up with, like, +1 melee, too. He's crazy. What are you gonna do, Nate? Yeah, he just did like the mass Zergling strategy is what it looks like. Yeah, you can deny that base, bro. That's what you're doing now. That's your thing. No. No, you don't just get a hive. Where's your spire, bro? Come on, what's going on? Look at this. Beautiful. Hasn't been easy, but we're still here. We're still alive. We're still kicking. Just need more supply. It's like the biggest thing here, right? Just need supply. Have I played Stormgate recently? No, I mean, guys, when the CEO went on LinkedIn to say he needed $100 million to finish the game, instead of putting any official update out to the people who paid for it, is dead. GG. They haven't updated it. They haven't updated it at all since it came out either. They put together a PTR made by people who aren't from the company. And there's a PTR you could play on that has a bunch of changes made by randos that had nothing to do with the company or the game in the first place. If you want to go, you know, cope with them, I guess you can, but man, the fact that they couldn't even speak up for themselves in any capacity was really See, I could admit I got fucked there, right? I could admit I got swindled. But I go in a Home Story Cup chat, and man, some guy's like, it's my #1 Stormgate shill. I'm like, dude, unlike a third of this country, I can at least admit when I got the wool pulled over my eyes by someone I wanted to trust, right? Somebody that I wanted to believe was going to do what they said they were going to do. And you know what? They lied. They were straight up wrong. They misprojected everywhere they could have. And these were a lot of people I really looked up to and respected. And you know, I realize now that, yeah, that just sucks. So, that's tough. Sometimes that's just how it goes. Sometimes that's how it goes. But I am not one of those people who's too proud to admit they were wrong. So, that's just the way it is. I was just as excited for Stormgate as many other people. I really wanted to believe it would be amazing. I really did. Okay. I guess he sent his drone down late. But yeah, I loved playing it. I loved playing Stormgate. I did. I personally never really understood and like how they could have bungled it as badly as they did. But it's also just kind of like beating a dead horse thing too. So what can you do? Most StarCraft people, when they bring up stuff like that, it's because they kind of like want to shit on stuff. So, you know, I'm just gonna leave it there. I felt like your question was earnest and not in bad faith, which is why I answered it. You don't think I, you know, put a bunch of my good faith? You don't think I misled a bunch of my own viewers into thinking it was going to be a quality product? You don't think I feel bad about that? You don't think I feel bad about wasting my own time on something going nowhere? That's just life sometimes, though, man. The nice thing is, as far as things that have gone wrong in my life go, that one's actually very low. It's very low. It was the closest thing we had to another game that was similar pacing to StarCraft 2. I think StarCraft 2 is like very, 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 very good. The pacing is still a little bit slow because of like all the balance stuff over the years, you know? They doubled the amount of workers you start with, so like they doubled your starting income, but they didn't make any of the buildings build faster, so it was like, you know, it's like now you have more money to sit around and wait, and it's like, you're like, you know. I was so excited at the idea of a game that played a little bit faster than SC2 and tried to solve some of like the time to kill issues. I really wanted that. I really did. None of the other games that I've seen, nothing else people are putting out is even close. So that really is the only truly disappointing part of it. But you guys know me, I actually think most RTS games are very boring. Like, I love Age of Empires, but I've never thought of it or looked at it as a competitive type of game, ever. Like, a game of Age of Empires can take, like, hours to complete, you know? That's how I look at it. I know that may not be the case at, like, competitive, but it's such a slow game. It's just a really slow game, you know? I love how fast StarCraft is. I wish there was another RTS that was developed and maintained that had anything close to the level of speed and responsiveness. That was the only thing they delivered on. I played hundreds of games. I did play hundreds and hundreds of games of Stormgate. Drop micro felt really good. Micro in general is the only thing that they really nailed. Now I just play StarCraft 2 and wish they'd get rid of the Battlecruiser teleport and replace it with Return to Hangar, so they could make the BC a more powerful unit without breaking the game, but it's probably not going to happen, is it? Probably not. Whew, it's close. Well, by the time like, I will say the hotkey system they set up was really cool too. What they ended up eventually getting to, you know. But a project like that, with a product that would literally sell itself if it was finished and they couldn't even finish it, like there's no excuse for that other than mismanagement, so. Not a single post on the website, not a single we're sorry, not a single anything. Just yeah. Just dip. Lol. Cacax DDDDDD. What a slap in the face. Perfect. I wanted to get his tank. It's not always going to be possible though, right? It's not always going to be possible. Zero Space? Yeah, Zero Space was okay. But, you know, they had some pretty... Honestly, like, the time to kill in that game was kind of ugly. And then they're also like, yeah, but we're gonna give high time to kill to, like, the heroes. And I don't know. That game just seemed like a mess because of the hero stuff they were trying to do, so... It turned me off. I think the very first time Zero Space did a big update where they made the heroes all way stronger, that was the last time I played the game. I'm like, oh, I gotta do a fast expand, and then I'm gonna start, you know, gonna get my upgrades for my stingers, and then it's like, actually, no, everybody's just gonna play Legion so that they can all-in you at the very start of the game, and you'll only ever play 3-minute matches and never get any upgrades. And I'm like, clearly somebody thought this was super well designed because they love fast-paced games and paid no consideration to what exactly it is that makes somebody not want to play a game. So... You know, StarCraft, a lot of StarCraft hardcore players would convince you that balance is how you get more people to play. There are people who unironically believe that, too. There are people who will unironically tell you that if the game was better balanced, it'd have magically way more players. Because, you know, they're like birds, and they hear the words. They hear the words echo through the sky. They're like, guys, Terran versus Protoss is, like, perfectly balanced. And then these guys are like, all right, I don't want to play any other games ever again now that I know I'll have a 50% win rate if I play against Protoss now. It's like, what? You know? What? So... I don't know. Can I get it? All right, battle cruiser's almost done. He's on his way. He's on his way. We just got to take out the tank. There we go. Yeah. I'll take it. Beautiful. Beautiful. Did they ever get a public test for Zero Space? I don't know. I don't know. I really enjoyed when I could make a bunch of like the Grellings, the Stingers, and it felt like I could play big sprawling macro games and like fight a lot for the towers and stuff, but yeah. They want the game to also appeal to the kind of people who will just slap their keyboard as hard as possible to win in 2 minutes. So, you know, I would like developers to try to be honest about their expectations on what a game looks like in a way that people can enjoy it, you know? So it's just hard. It's just hard like that. It's the same issue I have with StarCraft sometimes too. Damn, he's got a huge push. Even if you call it love. Oi, oi, oi. I told you so. He is really looking though, right? I mean, he is looking for some purchase. He is looking for some territory, that's for sure. You were like 20 when SC2 came out, and now you have 2 kids in school? Hell yeah. Damn. GG. Just another guy who's super on top of it. Let's go next. Yeah, we're getting put versus a lot of people that are higher MMR than us, so I'm guessing that's probably why we're having a hard time, right? We're just playing against a lot of really good players tonight. You thought the Plant Zerg race was cool? Dude, I would have played the shit out of Zero Space if they had turned it more into an RTS and less of a MOBA. You're never, ever going to have an interesting game that people want to play if 2 Grell players get matched against each other and they can play a 20-minute macro game, and then the next game you get matched versus like 3 Imperial dudes in a row. And every game is just over in 2 minutes because they build turrets inside your base that are spawned off energy. Horrible. Awful, 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 awful design. sick shit. But dude, those first few weeks before they buffed all the heroes a ton, those first few weeks when it was like you could go fast expand and then use lings to control the map, that was so much fun. That was so much fun. Zerg in StarCraft 2 is ruined by dumb shit like injecting and spreading creep. Two things that take a colossal amount of time and bring very questionable returns relative to whether or not they're necessary. But it was cool. It was cool. Yeah, I was 17. I was 17, waiting in line at GameStop the night StarCraft 2 came out. It's good times. Now I'm married. I got 2 pets. My mom has a tombstone, you know. I think I've done pretty well. I think I took care of some priorities. That was what I spent my first ESL casting check on. That's what I spent my first event on. I got $2 grand from IEM New York. I spent $500 on rent and $1,500 on some bronze. Nate's first esports paycheck. I think we've done pretty well. I think we've done pretty well for ourselves. I just noticed that you are James Dokes and play on EU. I've played multiple games against you. Hell yeah. If you're a Protoss player, I apologize. People come into my stream and tell me that I need to try to play like Clem, but I don't want to play 2-base, SCV, Marine, Marauder all in every game, so... You know? I think the official, like, pro strategies that are in the game now are actually, like, the most boring and least interesting they've been, so... Terran versus Protoss, I just cheese every game, so... Your name is Void Ray, so I'm just gonna say you're probably a Protoss player, and I just apologize if I've Cyclone rushed you 50 times. It's not your fault or my fault that the only way to play TVP is to pull all your SCVs and all in every game. Yeah, man, I Cyclone cheese every single game versus Protoss. Yeah, no, you can't build battlecruisers versus Protoss. Stalkers are like 1,000,000 times better than them, so there's really no point. You can only go BCs against Protoss if you like do it as you have to really catch them off guard. Like it has to be a transition in the late game that they just don't see coming because they're distracted. But any kind of battlecruiser rush is so easy. Like, you know, ever since they made it so that the sentry can send the hallucination over at 2 minutes and just stalk you the entire game, it just kind of made it, you can't really do anything that catches Protoss off guard. Like, Protoss has the best scouting in the matchup now, because like a scan can only go to one place, but that That hallucinated phoenix, it dives deep into every nook, cranny, and hole on the map and in my body. There is no hiding anything from the hallucinated phoenix. I've played plenty of Zergs who put their spire here. You'll never see it with a scan, you know? You'll never see it with a scan in that situation. But hallucinated phoenix don't miss anything. So if they ever get rid of that or do some other adjustment to it, maybe I could try to do more BS builds, but I personally prefer to just limit the amount of time I spend in TVP. That's why I one base every game. And assuming you actually do get into a game with somebody that doesn't want to just go mass blink stalker, it's usually because they're going for a proxy anyway, so you still don't get to do what you want to do. He's going roaches. Yeah, everyone's gone roaches. Everyone's been going nothing but roaches today. This guy may not actually know what I'm doing. It's kind of incredible. At least you can't F2 anymore if you have observers on the map. That's a part of the problem, though, because all those players that use them as a crutch, they just all in now even more, too. So that's like, you know, when you nerf stuff instead of strengthening alternatives, it's a race to the bottom, and that's something I'm not particularly crazy about. The problem with being like really emotional and angry about everything like StarCraft players get is that they don't really know how to, like, if they get the opportunity to nerf something from Zerg, they're like, well, it's got to be a huge nerf or it's a waste of time. And it's like just this same kind of shitty circle of logic never ends. Damn. I guess he's got us, right? Like, what are we gonna do? I had 2 tanks, a bunker, and a planetary, and it wasn't enough. GG. Sometimes it'd be like that. Does the zoom in out with the mouse wheel to see cloaked units still work? I don't know. I've never done it. I've never done that. I have mouse wheel zoom disabled because I use the middle click to move my camera around a lot. And if I have the mouse wheel zoom enabled while I'm using middle drag scroll to move the camera, in my experience historically, it causes me to like zoom in and out kind of randomly. Does that make sense? So yeah, I accidentally press it way too much, so I just don't use it. I abuse the shit out of my mouse drag wheel. I'm crazy with my mouse wheel. All right, we got another Zerg. I think that's like the 4th Zerg I've played today that's done that, right? They just rush up to those 3 bases of drones and then do a huge layer-based roach all in. I think that's the fourth one we've had today. What matchup do I like playing the most? Anytime I get a good game, really. That's about it. I like good matches. I think there's a lot of people who play like kind of uninteresting to like uninteractive styles, you know? I play a lot of people of every race that do stuff that are like kind of like, you know, they're kind of like trying to play without thinking about me, if that makes sense. So lots of people do uninteractive strategies like the roach build, right? My whole goal is to survive cheese and then get out on the map and harass my opponent as fast as possible. So any time where I get to do that is really, really nice. But these guys are basically timing their all-ins to hit as soon as I have any units that can go out on the map. So the moment I leave my base, they just all in me. That's like every game I've played today, so... Just the way it is. Just a lot of Rochi Zergs today. What color of compact Presario was your favorite? Did they come in multiple colors? Mine was just in a shitty tan box. Your computer case had color on it back in the 90s? That's remarkable. This guy must have had an Alienware. SC2 really taxed your laptop? Well, StarCraft isn't really like a graphics-based game, so... StarCraft 2 is like running a simulation model on your computer the entire time. It's like running a very intense computer simulation. That's what SC2 is. It's kind of like how you're not actually like technically playing your opponent when you play this game. Like I'm playing an AI that's being fed all of the commands he's sending to the server, and he's playing an AI that's receiving all the commands I'm sending to the server. But like we're not actually, you know, connected to each other directly, even though we're still able to hypothetically like process everything they're doing in real time. That's because the actual like state of the game itself updates at a different rate than you play the game. And they use a lot of intelligent workarounds to get it to be smooth and performant, which is very cool. It's also the reason why replay files are so small. Compared to Dota 2? Yeah, Dota 2 has a lot less entities than StarCraft, so that makes sense. Counter-Strike 2 has a lot less entities than StarCraft, so that makes sense. Like, hypothetically, how many entities are there tops on the map that are active in a game of Dota at any one single point in time? How many minions is it? Is it like League? Do you guys get 6 minions per wave? So 10 champs on each. You got 10 champs. You've got maybe, let's say 3 lanes times 2 because it's from both sides. So you're probably looking at like maybe 100 entities total. Maybe. The simulation is just a lot easier for those games because there's a lot less entities to track. That's all. Just imagine if you had to like babysit 10 kids instead of 5. Whoa, Nathan, that's like way more than I can handle. I'm gonna be like really slow and inattentive to all of them. Yes, you got it, exactly. It's that. Okay, buddy. He's responding to the mini map, but it's wrong unit. He's got the wrong unit there, sorry. All right, now that I've made an appropriate amount of siege tanks, we can get hit with the muter rush of the day. Guys, see, this is just another guy spreading creep, waiting for me to take my third and probably just throw a ton of shit at it, right? To try and end it. We'll see. I did make a 4th siege tank, which is usually something I never do. It's true. We'll just see what gotcha got him, kaboo kapow move this guy's got. There it is. He wants to, now he wants to interact with us. That's nice. I do appreciate that. Many people are catching up to your playstyle with BCs. Are they, though? I've never played this guy before. Do you think he's in one of those discords where they talk about how cute I am? And they just stare at my face all day and take turns queuing up to play me? Is that it? This is unironically what some people who watch my stream believe happens, by the way. They think all these guys know it's me. Like there's a repository. People keep track. I think it's a little far-fetched, personally, but there are people who come into my chat that really believe that. It's true. Yeah, the Nathanias Cabal. There's people who unironically believe that everybody on the European server who plays 1v1s knows the names of all my accounts. They know all my build orders, and they only play at the same time as me. There are people who come in here every day and say that, and I cannot help but laugh. No, but most people who do weird shit or snipe me, they do try to like waste time, which is one of the reasons why I learned this build. I created this Megazord build specifically so nobody could waste my time. That's the beautiful thing about it. You max out on Thors, you go kill the guy. That's it. Not a lot else. Not a lot else you need to do. So if he's gonna sit there and stare at my face the whole entire time and just wait for me to do stuff to shut it down, then he can just wait for the train to come run him over. It's one of my favorite playstyles for a reason, and it's very, very good. Two on the way. There we go. Well, he's getting ready. We're gonna see it. Gonna see a lot of Ravagers. Gonna see a lot of Ravagers. Oh, he's going for like Vipers, I see. His plan is to just abduct me and do his Ravagers. That seems to be the maneuver. The maneuver he'll be going for tonight. Well, let's go in the game for the slow man. Yeah, baby, let's go. Notice how he got the Hellions and now he's making nothing but Zerglings. So we'll put the Hellions on the separate control group and just kind of hope we can control them as well as we need to, because otherwise it is going to be tough. I think he's going to intercept my rallied Hellions. Beautiful. There it is. GG. GG. Fantastic. Look how many spores he built too. Lots of static defense. Stuff like this actually ends up helping us so much though, right? Because if you think about it, like if he had the ability to spend 1,000 or 1,500 minerals or 15 more larvae on units during that fight, maybe that could have turned it around for him, you know? It's one of those things that's always really hard to quantify when you look at a game, but the fact that he makes all of that static defense, every single one of those is a larva he could have saved to build a roach or a ravager or whatever it was, vipers. But you make 20 spores and spine crawlers, it's gonna make my life easier. It's the hardest thing, because like when they do that, you can't really harass them and the game gets boring, but also it puts them behind if you don't, you know, throw yourself into it. So it's tough. It's tough. Have you tried the Cyclone Hellion Marine used to beat Serral? It seems a lot of fun. You know, I don't really think Hellion Cyclone's particularly great. I'm not big on it, honestly. But I did watch those games. That was pretty cool. It was cool to see. Hey, Verm. How's it going, man? Now, the only reason Hero Marine won that game is because he switched and made like 10 Thors at the end. That was the best part about it. Hellion Cyclone is terrible for ending games, and it's really easy to overextend. People probably reading a little bit too much into it, but it was a very fun game, so. If I could macro like that, I could probably win doing anything, though, so it's kind of another way to look at it. Let's see, we got TVT. All right, we'll go for a little scout. See what's going out there. It's going, working and watching, heck yeah. Yeah, I'm just chilling, playing some Europe Ladder today. I was not on yesterday. I was watching Home Story Cup. Setting up my DXVK, etc., etc. Getting all pretty for you guys today. Yo, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Happy Monday, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. If you're watching on Shorts, make sure you double tap the screen. Send some love. Appreciate it. We did win that game, though. You want to know why? It's probably because I made 4 tanks. I know. I hate building siege tanks. That last game is the most siege tanks I've built in a game of SC2 and maybe since I've come back, honestly. It might be the most tanks I've made in one game since I came back to streaming. Big day for Nathan. Big day. You guys could see though, like that last game too. I mean, we won, but we also just sat there and did nothing. Why? Because we had to build tanks, right? Like that's the toughest thing about it. It's a lot of work. Takes a lot of work. Takes a lot of work. Voice, need more supply depots. Yeah, see, exactly. Exactly. Build some supply depots. Don't be like me, please. Pretty please. Or you can be like me and just mog people while you're supply blocked. How the Rax is like an overlord? Yeah. It's an overlord with 10 times the HP. That's my favorite thing about it. We'll be unblocked in a second. It's only delaying our second Raven. I think I can like kind of wait. I think we'll be fine. We got 2 command centers that are about to finish, so I don't really need depots. Just don't want to throw the barracks away before I can do this. See, this right here is the big push that shows up and kills me, right? Most of my games. That's actually what you're looking at. But this is where we like do that quasi base trade prep-ish thing, you know? Because we know that what he wants to do is get out of his base. Like, we know that's a big deal, so. He's still in his base, thank God. We've got him where we want him, not doing anything by us. But you see how we do a good amount of harass, even though he's got a more like aggressive setup. We're still able to make him play kind of back, be patient. We're able to kind of put the fear of God into him. And this is something that gives us an advantage, because that's why we do this build. Like, I don't want to just be sitting on my butt turtling. I want to be able to get out on the map. Cyclones for me are that unit in most of the matchups. Because he needs everything here, right? Like, this is a really big one for him. So every second that I can delay him from breaking those rocks, I'm also delaying him from pushing me, right? And that's such a big part of what we're dealing with. Oh yeah, he's still pretty bricked up. YOLO. There, I put the weak one over the constructing starport again. He's trying to make cyclones right now, too. Yeah, that's fine. Got him. Got him, baby. Look at that. What a game. Now see, that did get a little bit funky, but you see stuff like that, man, that's why I'm always trying to put pressure on. When that tank push, when they get those tanks and they just push straight across the map immediately, you usually die when you're trying to do this build. And if you came in with like the false impression that like all my builds are turtle builds, you would lose every TVT you ever play, because this only works from being in the other guy's face. And it's such a hard thing to explain, because you know, you come in with like predetermined thoughts about how play styles work, and you just don't really understand or realize that like my builds literally only work because I can get out on the map. That's why I hate roaches, because if I could just open Hellions and Reapers every game and never have to sit in my base against Zerg, I would. But if they go roaches, the only thing you can make are siege tanks, and then you never get to leave your base. Same problem with Protoss. The only difference is that TVT, it's a little bit easier to contain them. I can't open with 4 Cyclones against Protoss or Zerg. It wouldn't work, you know? They just make 15 lings and kill them, or they're already going to have like 10 Stalkers and just blink on them, so... It's so hard to do that kind of active play style in the other matchups. It's one of the things I actually really like about TVT. TVT feels like one of the only matchups where I get to trade with the other player out on the map. But Protoss will force you to fight. Zerg will never fight you unless they think the setup is perfect, right? So that's the tough thing. The BC counterattack, YOLO. That's how you do it. I'm going to go over that game. That would be a great one. That'll be a great one to review for the YouTube. I feel like a lot of people watching that game would think there's no way I'm going to win once my natural gets destroyed. Yo, Stefan, thanks for the YouTube sub. Appreciate it. Oh, we getting pool firsted again, boys. We getting chest. We getting chest. Let's bring the boys. Perfect.
Kinda low on the minerals there, huh? Bad news.
Another Zerg player cheesing us. This is like the third 12 pool we've seen today, right? I think this is the third 12 pool. One guy did it for his Ravager Roach Rush, one guy did it for a Ling Rush, and then this guy did it for a Ling Rush. I think the very first game we played today was against a 12 pool. They chessin', man. They chessin' me. Yo, Carlino, what's going on, buddy? Like your haircut style today? Thank you. Thank you. I used my Paul Mitchell leave-in today, so thank you very much. I did put a little bit of product in it for today's stream. Just chilling, hoping you're getting some good games in. Yeah, I'm a little bit rusty. I mean, I think I've honestly played like really bad today. But I didn't practice at all or stream yesterday, so I just Home Story Cup ended up going until like 4 o'clock because, you know, they made the sellout segment like 5 times as long as usual. So the grand finals didn't start until like 1 a.m. Europe time, which, you know, was only like 4 o'clock for me, but it was still definitely no room to squeeze a stream in during that or after that. So I was just like chilling, you know, I was just chilling. Some of my YouTube stuff is doing so well right now that I'm like really being like overly aware, I guess, of like getting into like one of those manic states where I start going like way harder and then I like, you know, fuck everything up because I'm like, you know, getting high off my own shit or whatever. So I've been taking still quite a bit of time just going through, looking at stuff, and honestly, there's not really live StarCraft events that happen anymore, so I really wanted to watch Home Story Cup. That's all. I'm really glad I was able to as well. So get ready with me video when get ready for stream with Nathan. Here's how I get prepped. Well, you see, guys, my wife and I split an energy drink and chug half of it before she heads off to the brewery and I press go live. Then I stare at my computer feeling anxiety for 7 minutes about whether I'm gonna play any games that are worth taking a highlight out of or if I'm gonna get low effort from my opponents all day. And, you know, then what happens after that? Usually Lewis asks me to let him out for the 4th time that day, and then I'll say yes to continue to stall and buy time, and etc., etc. There it is. There's the big roach. Roaches. They love the roach. Need your skincare routine? Drink water. Drink water. Don't put a bunch of shit all over your face just because people who want to make money tell you to. There you go. Clean skin. Or it's genetics. Be Ukrainian. I guess everybody back east that has some really spotless skin, huh? I don't know. It's either the water or it's where I'm from. Take your best guess. But yeah, that's always diet. I was like, yeah, guys, just drink water. That's the answer to most of your problems. Damn, look at that. Look at that big smash he's got ready. This is the 3rd time we're getting Ravager busted, boys. That's what happens, you know. I wanted to do like an active out on the map Hellion build, but it's like roaches just shit on that, you know. So it's like if I want to win a game like that, I kind of either have to rush battle cruisers so fast that he can't attack me, right? Or I have to go for a lot of tanks. But you can see this. I mean, he went for another 12 pool, right? His whole goal was to just waste time, get it to the point where while I'm recovering, he then goes into another follow-up attack. So I'll just give a second. Let's just make sure this isn't the only game he's played today. It's not. We're fine. All right, let's go next. But everybody's just busting me. If I either BC rush and hit before that, or they just kill me. So I can't do a whole lot about it. The 3rd base is really wide open on most of the maps, so you can't choke it off either. When does the Glass Nidus Worm come into play in your warm-up routine? If only, right? If only. If only, if only. If we're a few hours into the stream and I'm playing the same guy like every game, like 4 games in a row, then I'll take a fat rip. But otherwise I'm pretty clean on stream. It's very hard to play StarCraft baked. It's really hard. Honest question, I've seen you multiple times ignore the Banes going into mineral lines. Well, what exactly do you think, what am I going to do, right? They move faster than the SCVs. Do you expect something else? Do you expect my Hellions and Cyclones that are attacking Ravagers to also kill the Banelings? I'm too smart for my own good. I look at that, I see those units coming, and I just know the game's over, so... This stream would be very boring if I left as soon as I knew I lost a game every time. I would leave a lot earlier in many of my games. I've actually tried to start doing it, but... It's tough. It's tough sometimes. You play thousands and thousands and thousands of games, and it's usually really, really obvious when the game is over. So that's all I can say. But that's the 5th Zerg player today. That's the 5th Zerg player today. That's 12 pulled us as well. So it's like, you know, there's nothing I can do about that. There's actually no amount of practice, preparation, scouting, or micro marijuana. There's no amount that I can do that will make him not go 12 pool. You know what I mean? So. It's like getting shot by ice. You just have to hope it doesn't happen. Actually, Angry Orange, now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure this guy 12 pulled me the last time I played him. I feel like I remember his name. I think we are getting 12 pulled. He won the January tournament. Nice, Saken, nice. You can't get taken in hostage in this as much as League. You guys like, you guys heard like a story about someone getting taken hostage in a League game once, and you're like, this is what I'm gonna say every time I talk about League forever. I don't remember the last time I got taken hostage in a League game, honestly. I think anybody who's like tilted and wants to end the game, even if they could win, they just assume that they're being taken hostage because everybody isn't as tilted as them, right? That's when somebody talks about being taken hostage. That's where my mind goes. They've got so much. It's literally not something that happens. So maybe you're playing at like Diamond League with a bunch of other people that are like really too serious about the game. But at that point, I doubt they'd be taking you hostage, right? So I play a lot of League, so I just think that's funny. That's all. The number of games I have won with like a 0.25 KD, it's a lot. I've won a lot of games. I've won a lot of games with a negative KD. There's the Lings. He was just using the... There you go. Here's your free shot at me, right? I'm gonna lift this to get your Overlord. All right. There you go. And there you go. Play last, find the probe. Fun. Yeah, exactly. You know, the guy does the same thing every single game enough times. Eventually I have to, you know, use my brain. Eventually. Nathanias, what a pre-shot. GG. Yo, yo, yo. Thank you, thank you. No, you guys want to know the real get ready routine for the stream? I go and see the ducks. Katie and I changed our Discord pictures this week. We changed our Discord profile pictures yesterday. We got a beautiful photo of two of the diving ducks swimming next to each other. There were a bunch of all paired off in couples swimming across the pond, and we got a really nice photo of one of them. And Katie was like, "I'm gonna be this duck, and you're gonna be this one." And I was like, "Okay, this looks adorable." So there you go. I went and saw the ducks this morning. I did my mile walk. It was raining. It was really, really nice out. Chill, like 45 degrees, nothing crazy. It's about like 7 or 8 if you're European. But it was nice. It was nice out. It was nice out today. Got to see the ducks. I ate an Eggo for breakfast. I made some pour over coffee for us. I put a splash of chocolate milk in both of our coffees. It's good times. Man, now I remember why I did that 4cc build, though. Like, that was so goated. Getting your third base is such a nightmare against people who play aggro. Like, you really can't do anything as Terran without 3 bases. And then it's like, getting your third base on all these maps is designed to be like pulling teeth. That's the hardest part. But you see, he's not going to interact with me, right? He's going to wait till he has what he wants, and then he's going to come push, and that'll be that, so. Yeah, sumo seems really intense. I might have struck a nerve there with that one. He actually sent some Zerglings over after that one. Nandayo. Why wouldn't you prefer to be a happy orange? Did you fry your dopamine sensors with quick digestible video content? Is that it? Little too much porn brain? Is that what's going on here? Why are we seeking anger? There we go. That's what I want to see. I want to see this guy on 7 bases before he does anything. Ah, there's the mutas. Perfect. Why not? If he's gonna invest everything into mutas, I might as well. I didn't really want to do this, but I'll do it. I'll do it for you. I'm a nice guy. I got you. Oh, it was to end the game. I see. It was all for another bust, boys. He's still just trying to end the game. That's it. He's still just busting us. Crazy. Crazy. This guy probably thinks Terran's OP too. Makes me sick. I can't even go out on the map with the only harass unit this race has because it doesn't shoot air. And you have mutas. Alright, how about this? Let's just suicide all our shit so I can be right. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. He came right for him. You notice how the millisecond I left my base, he was there? Bro. That's even faster than the stream delay. Look, I tried to leave my base again. Here he comes. Here he comes. The oofpocalypse. What can you do? What can you do? GG. Sometimes it be like that. I mean, he just countered everything we did, right? That's just hard. Another crazy early pool, tons of lings, straight up to 5 bases. This is what we get. He is playing a lot of games, so we should hopefully not rematch him. All right, yeah, he's in a game, thankfully. But we're getting a lot of just like, yeah, people are just going for timing attacks. Just big all-ins today. Lots of big all-ins. We can put that as our, is that our 7th game? Is that our 7th or 6th or 7th game now? With the mass link, the Ling Rush, right? Crazy, crazy. Crazy, crazy. All right, we've got a Protoss. Well, at least we don't have to think in this matchup. Just gonna go Cyclones. I'll let you know when we're there. I do feel like I've gotten the latency down a teeny little bit. It's hard. It's hard playing with 200 MS ping and getting cheesed every game. There's nothing easy about it. I'm trying. I'm trying. I'm glad you are here. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. One day I won't be, all right? Enjoy it. Based on how late the probe came, I'm guessing he went to the left base first, considering that's the direction it came from, right? So I think we're okay. Yep, there it is. We're gonna go at 3 Cyclones. It's a magic number. See what he's got. DSL, question mark, fiber, cannon rush, sneak. I don't know about any of that. I do have fiber internet though, if that's what you're asking, yeah. What do you guys think? Did he rush an Oracle and hide it? Looking for the stasis trap. Got him. That'll be a good clip, actually. It's a pretty nice push with the turrets. I like that. Yeah, when I saw 3 adepts, that was a pretty good tell. I mean, any adept opener, like, there's like a tree, right? Almost nobody will open Stalker into a Phoenix because Stalkers cost a lot of gas, right? Stargate costs 150 gas, makes sense. And he went Cybercore before Nexus as well, so that's still the pretty aggressive version of the build where he's like rushing up the tech. But going Stargate, he was maybe expecting me to do double, or maybe just like a Widowmine drop. Games like this, the only thing you really need to understand about this game is that he would have had a much better idea of what I was doing if he had hallucinated Phoenix scouted me. And it's one of the most oppressive scouting tools in the game right now. But like, a game where that isn't in play looks totally different, right? I mean, so I'm happy with that. But at the same time, it's like, also got lucky. You got to get a little bit lucky. So I got to pee. I'll be right back. And we got plenty more games coming up today, guys. Thanks for hanging out. God bless. Yeah, you like these old clips? I bet you do. I bet you do. You know, while StarCraft may have frozen in time from 2020, at least people will always think of me as hot in the StarCraft scene, and I do appreciate that. That part's nice. I do like that. All right, we got a game. Looks like a random player. Now, most random players will leave if they get TVT, so he is a Zerg or a Protoss, most likely. But that means we won't get Reaper rushed, which means I can just do my TVZ build. If he's playing Protoss, then we'll try to play a macro game against him. He'll probably cheese us and we'll lose in 3 minutes, but I'm going to try to play macro if he is Zerg or Protoss. And if he's Terran, I should instantly lose to a Reaper. But everybody who plays random leaves TVT, so I'm just gonna assume he's not Terran. I'll still look for a proxy if he was, but that's as far as I'll go. Hello, you have Linux on your tag. Yeah, I use Ubuntu 2204 to play SC2. It's very nice.
Not enough minerals.
StarCraft 2 runs very well on Proton. I'm not always playing on my Linux distro, but it's something I do from time to time. Just do a cheeky blind command center first. Oh, look at that. He's Zerg, see? Now, unless he 12 pulled me, this is literally the best thing that could have happened. But that's the problem. Like, random players leaving TVT kind of make it easier. They make it less scary. If these guys would play out TVTs, I would feel more nervous when I get matched against them. Oh, is he one-basing me? Is that it? Okay. Oh, he proxied. He proxied to the, he took the gold gas space, right? He proxied, like, there or something. So he's just playing random so he can hide his cheese, that's all. We're gonna get Mass Ravager all in. Hey, chat, at what point will it be appropriate for me to leave the game? Is it when he kills my natural, my third, my bunker, or all my units? How long are you guys gonna make me sit in this game? Because there's no way I'm gonna hold this. I am going to die. This game is more or less over. But for the guy in chat that's like, don't leave, your number will go down. You know, just give me any level of parameter, and I got you. Because he's just gonna mass Ravagers. There's nothing else happening here. Tank libs, yeah. How much money will you give me if I get out tanks and liberators? Do you think? Oh, well, he let me kill his Ravager. Maybe he's bad. Maybe he'll let me kill all of his guys? I don't know. Yeah, I'll try to get tanks and libs for you, Jonathan. All right, Jonathan says he's got the answer. Let's do it. Tanks and libs, boys. The game is becoming winnable just because he's weird. He hasn't really like done the level of aggression I think he needs to. He's let me kill several of his Ravagers, which is kind of nuts. So he's got to be like trolling me and going into mutas or something, right? Oh, he's got even more roaches. Yeah, it looks like he actually is just setting himself up for another Giga all-in. Oh, he just left. Now he's going the other way. Beautiful. Oh, now he's coming back. All right, well, then we can go this way, right? Right? Okay, no. Now we can go back here to this base because he's going the other way. He doesn't want me to leave just yet. Maybe that's it. I appreciate it. He's gonna mine out the gas on that base, right? And then expand back at home. So I say we just ignore his proxy base and just do our BC build for funsies. But it might just save your life. You just expect him to go mutas, right? He'd probably expand to the other purple gas base. Most of the Zergs that do this stuff, they try to be really mean about it, so I expect to see him try and play as greedily as he can for all the marbles. That's just my experience historically in this situation. He's got all the geysers. He's got all them geysers for his muta switch. It's coming. It's coming. Looks like he is about to suicide a bunch of lings to go for that one, so we'll just pull back there. There's his lair. Anything else for me to see? Bane Nest. Oh, his Spire only just started. Interesting. Yeah, we knew he had that. That's really nice to know the Spire's only just begun. We could teleport straight onto him. Hell yeah, boys. We're going to do it. We're going to do it. Feel the power of love. Yeah, I thought he would just go for this, so that's fine. Say we just get the Banes with the tanks. Yeah, bro. 500 IQ. Why not? Why shouldn't I? Yeah, he's got another spire. But see, that's the nice thing, right? He's already mined that base out. So, he's already mined that one out. Yeah, if you want to feed me all your queens, I would actually fucking love that. Let's go. Let's go. So what now? Yeah, he made it. Oh, he took the other purple gas space too. You can see it there as well. I love that. I love that. He's so aggro. All right, is our 2-2 done for the BCs? Because that's a big one. It's a big one. I'm sure he thinks as long as he just turtles hard enough, he'll be fine. Turtle for me, baby. Turtle for me. Show me what you got. Show me what you got. I heard you made some drones for me, big boy. Yeah, thank you. Mmm. Mmm. Num 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 num. Delicious. Delicious. They're not very seasoned. Not very seasoned. What happened to all your queens, bro? Oh, he's going roaches. Big man building roaches now. Mm-hmm. Roach Warren. He's building another Roach Warren. Interesting. Interesting. My battle cruisers have 2-2. GG. Plays random, does this build of all builds. Oh my gosh. I mean, I guess this is a map. This is a build you can only do on this map, isn't it? I'm joking. There's actually several maps that have this. So what? People just do this to delay the roach push? I don't know. I really thought if he was going to do that, I thought he was going to kill me, but I guess I was just better than him. Yeah, I guess that you can see here, I was a couple MMR higher than him. So Even though it was a build that I absolutely should not have been able to hold, I was able to anyway. Isn't that incredible? That's a beautiful part about ladder. It's very hard to get above a 50% win rate. It's also very hard to get below 50% win rate. Dailies are about to reset. Scary shit, though. I went, what, command center, barracks, double gas, third command center? I thought I was cooked. I really did. There's no way I should have been able to hold that. I got highly fortunate. Yeah, I think the only reason I won that game is even though I was obviously a little bit upset, I think I kept my cool. Very important. Once you get scared at losing MMR, like, then you start panicking, and it's like, you know, you kind of just create, you know, kind of a spiral of sorts. Now, this is another guy who doesn't play TVT, right? So this guy's like a Smurf, is that it? Yeah, he leaves a lot of his TVT. He does this so he can beat up on worse Zerg and Protoss players than him. Either that or he's lost a lot of TVTs today. It's tough to get a 30% win rate, guys. You know how I lose every game I play versus Protoss? Do you want to see my win rates? Even my worst matchup, 42%. I really struggle versus Zerg and Protoss, mostly because I get a lot of free wins from Terrans leaving games. So my MMR is higher than it should be, and it puts me in very difficult matchups as a result. All right, we got TVP. You love to see mirror games. Yeah, Terran versus Terran hasn't been that bad. I only really hated it because of proxy reapers. So usually I have like one thing I don't like, and I'm like, this thing sucks. And then people are like, whoa, you hate TVT? And I'm like, no, I hate getting proxy reapered in TVT every game. But it's been that meta is just clearly gone. When I came back to playing the game again, it seemed like that stuff had pretty much completely fallen out, so. Yeah, I only play Europe. So TVT specialist, but weak versus Protoss. Do you think my win rate of 58% in TVT means something when I've probably had half of those games be free wins from people just leaving at the start? That's what I'm trying to say. You have to understand it's a lever. It's a lever. You can't get all three of your matchups to 70%. It's not possible. The only reason I've got a 60% TVT win rate is literally because most of my opponents just leave at the very beginning of the game. So the only way my MMR could actually be where it belongs and I could play against the same Protoss and Zerg players I should play would be if I also started leaving TVT, because that's the only matchup my win rate's inflated in. Do you understand, like, the trap that I'm in? There's not really much you can do about it. But yes, because I have an unusually high TVT win rate, most of the Zergs and Protoss players I get are going to be guys I can't beat. And there's nothing I can really do about that. But if every Terran player I play against insta leaves, then yes, you're right. I will become a TVT specialist, and every Protoss and Zerg I go up against will be several hundred MMR higher than me. The struggle is real. Got him to do panic micro on his probe. That was nice. But yeah, I only play the Europe server, so. I know some of you guys remember I played Korea last month. I got to Grandmaster on the Korean server in like 2 weeks. So that is honestly my official sign that that server is not worth playing on. Usually I'd be playing on Korea by this time because it's getting very late in Europe. But what I've learned is that there's still more people queuing right now on EU than any other server at any time of day. That's what I'm like realizing. It took me some time to like digest that reality because it sucks, but well, North America hasn't had a StarCraft scene for years, so that could be a part of it. Yeah, EU just has the most players. No, NA StarCraft as a scene was abandoned many years ago because of elitist mentality. People felt like they didn't deserve any money for running events because they weren't as good as Europeans or Koreans, which created a death spiral. It created a self-feeding Ouroboros, more or less. People said NA was bad and didn't deserve anything, and as a result, NA got nothing and then continued to get worse. It's like conservative politics, right? It's like we give less money to the schools that perform bad so that they never get better, and everybody who has the misfortune of only having that school available to them gets fucked, right? Kind of deal. Similar logic. It creates the same problems that they then end up bitching about, but... sometimes it be like that. Sometimes it be like that. No, I think the reason why there's more players on Europe has a lot to do with the high level, because you actually have European events and stuff, right? You don't really have the years of the stigma. Opponent had a great response. Well, Blink Stalkers is like the only thing most people do. It is better than basically every other build. That's just the way it goes. It's just the way it goes. Do you want to see? You thought he was a little suspicious. Is that it? Let's see. That was his first game of the day. So he hasn't played anybody today except for us. So just because you said that, I checked, and you're right. He could be sniping. So what I'll do is we'll wait 2 minutes. We'll let him queue up for a match. How about that? If you guys all give up and you're like, Nate, he's clearly waiting for you, please just search, and we won't get upset if you lose again. That's fine. As soon as someone says that, I'll search. But as long as I'm the only person out here that's like seeing what's happening, then I'm gonna just wait. But I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, people go where the money is. People go where the money is. If you want to be a professional StarCraft player or compete, there are no organizations that exist that do anything except like Take TV, right? So you better live in Germany or be able to get there. But I don't think most StarCraft pros make enough money in a year to pay US rent. So there's just really not that much money. There's really not that much money in the game. Most of the patches that have been released in the last 5 years were to reduce volatility, which made it even less likely that there would be new players that break in, which is part of why you only ever see the same players in every tournament. There is no room for anybody to be let into that space. Even Europeans. It's not like some new guy has come in and is making top finals, even though, you know, if you go to like StarCraft forums or community sites, which are terrifying places to go, you see a crazy circle jerk about like how overpowered Protoss is and how Protoss is like ruining the game right now. But like literally can't name a single player that we haven't heard of that has suddenly burst onto the scene and beat all the best players and is winning tournaments playing Protoss. So there's like this there's like this boogeyman. There's this boogeyman Protoss stealing our jobs that we actually can't point to because he doesn't exist, kind of deal. That's mostly what StarCraft people are preoccupied with these days. But like, you know, if you're the kind of person that looks at a 16-year-old game and assumes that the difference between the regions of people that play it is purely based on their skill, you know, you have a very small-minded view of the world. I'm not going to say it's necessarily wrong, but I think there's just a crazy amount of factors that play into people playing video games full time. And I think in certain places, you know, well, if you did it as a European, you could still go see a doctor, right? But you probably have to pay even more than a year's of earnings to go see a doctor without insurance in America. So if you see someone doing something they love out here, they're either from a rich family or they are busting their ass. But we're all very good at faking it. Max Pax would have won an offline event by now if he went. So yeah, exactly. You know, again, exactly. It's a non-existent straw man that like takes all the blame, like Jesus Christ, you know. And it's like, guys, if Max Pax played in live tournaments, he would have won every single event for the last 3 years. And the only reason that he didn't, we don't know, but that's the only reason Protoss hasn't won everything for years, right? It's like, it's such a tired argument. It really is. Did Protoss win Home Story Cup? No. You know, but did everybody spend the whole tournament crying about Protoss? Yeah. Did the casters spend the whole tournament crying about Protoss? Yeah. Did everybody? Yeah. That's right. Every Protoss is just bad according to those guys. They have no respect for people who play Protoss professionally, and it's disgusting. Meanwhile, they parade themselves around as the paragons of manner. And intellect. It must be nice. The view up there must be real nice. Must be real nice. Meanwhile, I'm just like, guys, if we did anything to address why people hate playing versus Protoss so much, we would have to bitch about them being allowed to play in tournaments too. In tournaments, in long series, you can't just one base people. You can't just pull a cheese every game of a best of 5. It's an extremely tough. Only one player has ever been able to do that. Funnily enough, only one player in the history of SC2 has ever been good enough to cheese like every game and be competitive, which is a really interesting thing to think about. And he was so known for it that sometimes not even doing his own build was like a special strategy only he could do, which is crazy to think about. Yeah, Haas, exactly. But, you know, people project their day-to-day experiences onto other things that they see. You go to play a ladder game, you get proxy gatewayed, you're like, this is dumb. You get proxy void raid, then you rush a turret the next game, get proxy roboed. And then you don't even know what to rush to deal with that. And all of a sudden, you're like curled up in this fetal position ball of defensive,ness trying to get literally anything going in the game. And you're just like, man, I feel like I don't even get to play when I play TVP just because of getting one-based, right? Then you watch people play in a professional tournament and they cry about it, and you're like, oh yeah, Protoss is bullshit. But it's like you're still just thinking about that ladder game that you lost, you know, because you got a fragile ego. But like the reality is, you actually, you know, your games are absolutely nothing at all like a pro's. But that's one of the fallacies they use to motivate people in this game. The conflation between pro and ladder is one of the greatest scams that exist. It's a big part of the grift. It's a big part of the balance grift. The balance grift does not exist without tricking people into thinking that your ladder games can be like pro games. You will never play a best of one for money in a tournament. It doesn't happen. I can't remember the last time that happened. If anybody would love to prove me wrong because I'm such a big dumb idiot, please send me a link to the last pro StarCraft tournament where people were playing several best of ones the whole way through to win. Protoss probably wins that tournament, sure, yeah. But that's not what pro events are. In fact, there has never been a pro tournament where a named player who people know had to play against an unnamed player that nobody knew. Did you guys know that? Did you know that that's actually never happened? So it's like, yeah, you'll go play on the ladder and you'll play a guy whose name is LLI. He'll proxy you outside of your base, and you'll be like, oh my god, this is the dumbest game I've ever played. But you're never gonna go to an MLG and get put up in a match against somebody else, you know? This is the reason why guys like Idra were so mad all the time. Idra was the first person who ever pointed out that like playing ladder against randoms is completely different than playing in a tournament. The quality of practice is completely different, because he'll be trying to practice a build that he knows MVP is going to go for a Rax expand, so he's practicing a build that'll be good against MVP. But because he's laddering, well, not everybody he plays is going to play or try to do MVP's build. So that's one of the reasons Idra quit the game, and it's one of the worst things about StarCraft. That being said, the answer used to be daily cups, online cups, and all of that. Like the ESL daily and all of that used to be really cool. Or ESL weekly, Playhem daily. But like the best StarCraft is experienced in a tournament setting specifically because of that. But no professional player that you have ever watched in a pro match has gone into the series you watched not knowing anything at all about the other player. It doesn't happen. Maybe the closest we got to that happening a long time ago would be like when Scarlet came on the scene, because she was actually very good and people didn't know too much. But, you know, the cool thing about being good enough to compete is that people find out what you do pretty quick. So the cool thing is, like, hypothetically, you would be able to, like, there are things that you could do in game to address this. Some companies actually really, like, they actually had balls when they made their ranked mode, and they were able to make successful games even with seemingly egregious parameters, because everybody kind of understands that it makes things work, you know? Like in Counter-Strike, they are really, really up your ass about leaving a ranked match before it's over. And when you queue up to play a ranked game of Counter-Strike, there's a contract that pops up on the screen literally every time that says, I will play this game all the way to the end if it goes 16 rounds and not abandon my team. It makes you accept that literally every time you play the game. But I think, like, for StarCraft, it could literally just be enough. You don't even have to make a best of 3 queue. You just have to give players more information before the game starts. That's it. which is a deeply unpopular suggestion, purely because the reality is people want to win at all costs. And in their minds, they think that winning ladder games is like winning tournament games. So they don't give a shit. So it's just the people that want to be able to get free wins from being anonymous versus literally everybody else. And then the people who want the free wins, they try to convince you, the people in between, that, you know, Nathanias is crazy. Of course playing a barcode Protoss on the ladder is the exact same thing as playing a TVP on the fucking GSL stage. Yeah, go smoke another one, bro. If I could, in the loading screen, or if there was a pre-game lobby for ladder matches, if there was any way at all for me to be able to at least look at the things that, you know, the last few games my opponent played, how long they went, maybe, whatever it is, if they could find a way to work something like that into the experience, it would reduce the frustration tremendously. Because at the very least, you would have some idea of what you're getting into. And then it would actually be more like a professional tournament, because you would literally be able to know something at all. You would not be playing a completely anonymous person that you know nothing about. So, and you could still be anonymous, obviously. It could just say, hey, this guy's favorite unit is battle cruisers, right? Or you could see that in the last 3 games, my most built units were BCs. And you could be like, holy shit, that's crazy, you know? Like you queue up against a Zerg player, and it's like, yeah, this guy has actually made 500 swarm hosts this season. You're like, holy shit, that's crazy. I will take that. Getting rid of his ravens is very nice. Noise. Here we go. Space trade time. Beautiful. But he did kill 2 of my SCVs with his worker scout, guys. Don't forget. You know, because getting tilted over small things like that is worth throwing the game over. Beautiful, though. And you see, I did a great job containing him, right? That's the purpose of the build is, like, I will say, sometimes I get stuck in my base when I play TVT because, like, the 3 or 4 Cyclones, you can lose to a 4 or 6 Reaper, and, like, if people go just Reapers and Hellions, they can overwhelm you. It gets to be a little bit like Stalkers, you know? Like, the Cyclone takes on the role of the Stalker in TVT, if you ask me. Like, that's kind of what it does. So it can still be jumped, it can still be overwhelmed, there's things that kill it, but for the most part, its goal is to buy time, keep vision of their army. Like, I got his Raven energy out, I got him to siege over here, I got him to bring his whole army down here. If you ask me, that's why I won the game. Because if I don't do any of that, he probably hits me right as these BCs pop out. And then maybe I still defend, maybe I still teleport into his base and kill him, or maybe... Yeah, he had double tech lab, actually. That's kind of interesting. And 2 factory. Yeah, he was very focused on ground stuff, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. His setup wasn't ideal 4 racks. 4 racks, 2 factory is the choice. In categories? I'm pretty happy. Whatever I need to be where I am now, it would be nice. Just assume your ladder opponent will go for the earliest cheese possible. Yeah. But that's like a problem, right? Like they over-designed the game and over-patched it for tournament competitive play, but the 99% of people don't get to play in a tournament experience when they ladder. And the game is not actually balanced for the way that the ladder works at all, which is one of the reasons why, again, the unprivileged, unwashed 99%, the masses, us, who play the game, you know, we have a very brutal experience because everything is designed for custom games where people know what each other are doing. Like, your notion of what you think in your head balance is only applies to the very sandboxed environment that competitive players operate in. Kind of like how whenever they had these bugs over the years from the Balance Council, pros never played those in tournaments. They played custom mods, even for the weekly cups. So you had a lot, you know, those guys never have to worry about any of that stuff. They don't have to think about the bugs in the game. If there's a bug, it won't be in the tournament mod. So that's it. They don't have to worry about it. They don't have to change their plans. They don't have to strategize around it. They don't have to lose half their games because of it and be like, wow, this was horrible. No. Things are catered very specifically towards their needs, even though they're, you know, a decreasingly smaller percentage of the overall player base. But it's still implied that your experience enjoying the game, as any other normal person who plays StarCraft, should be at the beck and call, or you are disposable for the purposes of benefiting the competitive scene. Kind of an is what it is thing. See you, Forhad. Yup, thanks, Karthus. But the reality is, it's like, it's not fair. But then people will just say, you know, they use the, you know, they make it personal, right? They immediately go personal. They say, well, it's actually your moral failing of believing that you wouldn't have just won if you played better. So there you go, guys, you know. What can you say to that? It's a extremely toxic argument that has no response. What if I told you I didn't care if the units were too strong or not? What if I told you I just like the idea of what pros get, right? Getting to know anything about their opponent. Why can't there be some info on the loading screen? Why can't there be a pre-match lobby? To protect the status quo. What exactly would you lose there? You're like, well, Nathan, what less people would play? All the people who cheese every single game wouldn't be able to win. They'd all fall down to Gold League because you would just see their average match length is always 4 minutes every single game. And it's like, I don't know how to tell you this, man, but the hard part about if you build it, they will come is that they ain't gonna come if you don't build it. So if you want to make excuses as to why you shouldn't try for your whole life, be my guest, but if you don't build it, no. Those casual players that would prefer a less toxic experience, even if it would potentially be a greater time commitment or if it was just more info, you don't even have to do best of threes. Just literally being able to go into a game knowing the guy you're playing is a cannon rusher, if that's the only thing he does, will probably bring a reasonable amount of people back into wanting to play this game. But, you know, stuff like that is just tough. You could also just like get rid of barcodes. You could make names unique. There's multiple different ways to attempt to tackle that. There's certainly no easy, obvious answer, and I don't claim to know what the solution to that is. But I do think I'm onto something when I say that there is a big difference between queuing a ladder game against somebody who could be smurfing, cheating, someone who could be just better than you and you're not aware of it, playing unranked and you don't know that they're actually better than they are, playing with a barcode, name. There are so many different ways that a person can manipulate the experience on the ladder, and tournaments just have a lot less of that BS, which is why they're higher quality games. Why don't I see this build in the tournaments? Because if this guy knew anybody did this build, shit would be nuts. So, look at that Marauder drop. That's hot. That was cute. He needed the Hellions, though, for my SCVs. That was the only thing that really hurt him there. Hey, attack counter. Yo, that fast Marauder drop for TVT though. I thought he was gonna do more damage. Kind of relieved with the way that it ended up panning out. Just Hellions. Oh, battle cruiser. How about that? I love it. That was so nice. I popped his natural. I don't know if he like snuck one of the gold bases, but killing anything here is really, really nice. I can't believe he actually just let me kill his natural. It really tells you the level of confidence he has if this game goes long enough too. All right. Well, he doesn't have either gas or the golds. It's nice. How do I click so fast? Rapid fire. I use rapid fire. I do need to make a little guide on that too, huh? I keep talking about that. But you know what? I've been trying to think about what my next video thing should be that I actually like deliberately record rather than a stream highlight, and maybe it's time to just make an answer to that question so I can put a link to it on a command. That might be the move. Okay. Beautiful. Don't worry, I'm building my own battle cruisers, Daddy. I'm catching up. Yeah, most people don't know how to use battle cruisers. I've pretty much never seen a pro player use them correctly either. Gumiho's about as close as it gets. Gumiho's very good with BCs. But even like back in the day when TY would do it, his battle cruiser control was horrible. Takes a lot of mastery. Takes a lot of mastery. Him and Maru were both pretty bad with BCs. Gumiho was decent though. He had a good idea. Dodge Yamato. I don't know if he has upgrades, but if he does, that's definitely a part of my problem. But I think we killed like all of his SCVs for him to survive that. Yeah, he's broke. He's broke. I say if we don't force it again like that, we should be fine once we get like 1-1. A few more guys. I don't know what he could possibly do other than base trade us, so. Let's go. First time I'm catching you live. Hey, young Magus. What's up? What's up? How's it going, man? Happy Moon Day. What you gonna do? Yeah, that's what I thought. How about that? Ooh. We're getting some clips though. It's like watching a gold player play a GM when it comes to BC control. Yeah, it was pretty fun. That was a pretty fun game. I think he was better than me too, so I got some nice MMR for that. But you see, this is a situation where you got like a player that's much better than me, right? This is a European Grandmaster. So was he playing unranked against me? Yeah, he was. That's kind of crazy. This guy's a European GM that I just beat. Yo, thank you for the 9-month sub, Chubb. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. But yeah, battle cruisers can be incredibly good. So this guy, he's not actually 4,500. He's actually 4,800, if you can believe it. So we literally just beat a European Grandmaster in TVT. You don't know why they won't put this on Steam? Dude, this game would have double the player count if it was on Steam overnight. Overnight. Nice win. Thank you. Thank you. Bringing all the whales too. Yeah. All they have to do is just let people buy XP boosters for co-op. That'll probably make more money than everything else they've got available right now. But I'm right there with you. If they dropped StarCraft 2 on Steam, they'd minimum double the player count overnight. Minimum. Let people buy those co-op XP boosters. You don't got to program anything in new for that. Put the game on Steam, easy. While you're at it, please reduce the build time of all structures by 50% if you can. That would be really nice. Thank you. Every building in this game should build twice as fast, except maybe turrets. That's about it. Young Magus became a member of the channel. Thank you for becoming a YouTube member. What a literal Giga Chad. You know, when I put up some of my YouTube shorts, I usually do schedule them for a day or two out. But if you're a member on the YouTube channel, you'll always be able to see them as soon as I upload them. That's about the most I can offer you. So if you want to see the cursed shit that I'm getting ready to put together for the rest of the week when I do all my editing tonight after the show, all of that will be available early for YouTube members. I appreciate the support. It's you know, it's tough. It's tough to make ends meet just doing StarCraft, especially this long into the game. So I really appreciate everybody who puts their money where their mouth is on making more StarCraft content possible. Can't do it without your support. Thank you. If you're watching on YouTube Shorts, remember, double tap the screen. Double tap the screen, throw a like. It helps. It helps a lot. But like, guys, I've got a couple videos. I've got a couple of my shorts now that have actually hit like 30K plus. And that's kind of where I was hoping I would be headed trajectory-wise. But my Battlecruiser stacking video, last I checked, was over 120,000, which is just nuts. Because I've been averaging like maybe 1,500 to 3K for a few months on my videos. So this Christmas it really blew up, and this year it's just been doing incredible. So I'm just going to continue to do the best that I can to make quality work and give you guys good highlights of SC2 to doom scroll through and all of that. So I'm trying to do more than just ladder, bitch, and repeat. It's part of why I'm starting to bitch more, because I realize that my success will mostly be based on those things. So can be a little more raw and real here. The BC stack, dude, that's the single best video I've ever uploaded on my channel, if you can believe it. It's crazy. That video single-handedly got my mental health coming back. It's nice. It really is. People have really interesting conversations in the comments of my stuff too. There's no people yelling at each other, saying hateful stuff, getting mad over nothing. It's a good time. The YouTube channel has been bumping. And soon I'll be able to do the split stream there, and it'll be perfect. Everything will be perfect. Why should buildings make twice as fast? Oh, I just think the game starts too slow, you know? There's people who say that the worker count thing killed cheese, but the problem is you have more money than you can actually spend in the early game, which kind of naturally pushes us towards this place where we're at. Because you spend most of the early game just waiting for buildings to finish. People are like, oh, you used to just stare and wait for your mineral line to saturate, but now it's, you kind of just stare at your base and wait for all your buildings. If you're playing Terran versus Zerg, like, the game doesn't even start until you're on 3 bases most of the time. Stuff like that. I want him to commit more than just 1 or 2 DTs here. But look at that. He did a little DTs. Threw some DTs at me. Didn't get much for him. It's nice. But the biggest thing about the 12 worker thing, because most people just don't understand it, the biggest thing about it is that you accelerated how fast you get money at the start, but you did not accelerate literally any other aspect of the game. So that's why commentators start after the 1-1-1 is done. Exactly. You don't have to start with 2 bases, but like if somebody wants to do a proxy gateway on 1 base, let the gateways build faster, and then the guy defending that proxy gateway, let him build whatever he's building to defend it faster. Like I really think there's only upside there personally. I really do. There is still a crazy amount of downtime in this game just because of how long it takes to do stuff. I was talking earlier about how League of Legends, they made it so that minions spawn like 35 seconds faster. And it doesn't seem like a crazy amount of time, but it's like the game used to go from starting at about 1:45 to starting at like you're getting going and actually doing stuff by like 1 minute. So you get a little bit of time. They give you like 30 seconds to get your shit and go out, you know, pick what you're gonna do more or less. But just that little bump in the early game to get rid of like that kind of dull period when not much was going on, or people would just tilt themselves, you know. It was a good play. I love that stuff personally. Yeah, let's fight, I guess. And there you go, guys. That's how most TVP goes. GG. Let's go next.
104. The total number of yards the Patriots are about to get
Yo,
against
thank you,
the
Texas.
Seahawks
No
on
total number of
Sunday.
yards Patriots are about to get against the Seahawks. That's 104. That'd be nice, huh? I'll take that. I'll take that. I will take that. But like, if buildings just made faster, then people who want to do 1 base cheese, it'd be faster to set up. Because part of the problem is, by the time you build a proxy gateway, your opponent has so much time because of the extra workers that they can easily have an expansion and an ability to defend it. And then like 1 base is so bad nowadays, people just don't do it either. So it's like, you know, and that's like the trap. That's like the trap of trying to be a good StarCraft player, is that you'll watch a pro and you'll be like, I want to do that build, but that build's not viable against like 90% of ladder builds, right? It's like the build that you want to copy. The build that you want to copy is actually only viable when used against other strategies that pros use. And like, it's very hard to wrap your head around that, you know, but why would you double the amount of income everybody has and then make them wait the same amount of time for all their shit? Like, you know, in many ways yeah, I don't know. But I think at a minimum, you could start with like a 20% build time reduction on everything except turrets. You can leave bunkers and turrets and cannons, you can leave those where they are. You can leave those where they are. But you could easily cut down the build time on like barracks, gateway, spawning pool. There's really no reason for these things to take as long as they do nowadays with how much money you have. It takes so long to get a setup that even lets you go out on the map versus Zerg. That's like, this game has started, but this game actually won't. This game won't effectively start for several more minutes. I could make a Reaper and try to kill a drone. That's it. But that's like all I get until like the 6 or 7 minute mark. Because then I'm going to need to have actual units to go around and harass and poke the queens. But I can't do any of that until I make the production, right? Even though I have all these workers, even though I have all this shit, I gotta wait like forever for everything to build. So, yeah. You feel like the game is too fast playing as an average person with 160 APM? Yeah. Well, again, you know, StarCraft has never cared for the casual player base, unfortunately. I feel your pain. I feel your pain, but you'll never convince the people who have the reins to prioritize casuals. It's just not going to happen. But I am there with you. I just want to get to the good part faster. That's really it. There are other ways to make the game more interesting, though. You don't have to just speed it up, I guess. I wish there was also just more stuff, you know. One of the only reason why the game feels like a slog, that you have to wait for everything, is also because there's only like realistically 2 or 3 decisions you can make at any point, and usually the first one is the only one that's actually like not trolling, more or less. If there were more types of builds and strategies that people could do, then that would be a probably more interesting way to approach the issue. But most people in StarCraft don't have any creativity when it comes to improving the game. They just want to nerf everybody that beats them, and they don't really think about anything else. So it's a very, you know, there's lots of people who have strong feelings about balance, but they're pretty much all based entirely on ladder games they lose, which is just not very useful, right? It's not very objective, so... All right, let's see. See if he went roaches or not. Need to be really fast and not fall behind. Yeah. But that's like what this game is already, though, you know? That's the thing. Like, to argue that that would make the game too fast, you would have to be starting from a perspective where you feel like the game is already fast enough, I guess, so. Which is fair. I'm finally interacting with my opponent 4 minutes into the game, so there is that. I guess I SCV scouted him earlier. But he's got roaches, right? So I can't really do anything. So now we're just back to waiting until we have something else. That's just the hardest thing about it. I can't build like naked Marines and just run across and poke and come home. Reapers are weak against the same stuff, you know. That's just me being like, you know, this is my thoughts on this situation that I have to deal with. But like, what would have changed about this game if we both started on 2 bases, right? What would have changed if this game started on 3 bases? Well, the Zerg usually does try to all-in you when you take your 3rd. So you wouldn't be able to start that far ahead. But if this game had started on 2 bases, literally nothing at all about it would be different. So that's all. It's just very, very predictable games. And I do the craziest strategies in the entire game. There's literally nobody who has as unique and versatile a range of builds that they employ as I do. There is nobody who puts that effort in like me. So I can confidently tell you, I just play this game too much. Again, easy for me to say. I'm just telling you what I want. That part is easy. Telling you what would actually be the best thing for the game, I have no fucking idea. Most people who play this game think Protoss is OP, even though they don't. They think Protoss is OP because there are only like weekly cups that happen that pro Zergs and Terrans don't compete in. So I got nothing. I got nothing for you. There are no amateur Terran or Zerg players. There are also no amateur Protoss players that are suddenly winning tournaments either, but that's not the argument everybody makes, so. I think as long as a lot of StarCraft fans don't live in reality, you probably can't reason with them. But that's it, right? He just went up to roaches and he didn't even do anything with the roaches. Like, he built the roach for the express purpose of shutting down the harass, and now, like, going into his counter to what I'm doing, but, like, that's it. So now the only way we're going to really be able to interact for the rest of this game, because he just rushed the most defensive stuff possible, is when I max out and go to kill him, because what am I going to do? Send Hellions against roaches and battlecruisers against corruptors? I can kind of trade, but it's just going to be harder and harder to get out on the map. So there you go. We're already there. 8 minutes into the game. We're both on tier 3 end game setups. And you're telling me you think the game would be too fast? That might even be the reason Protoss is so popular. So they just get going. But yeah, I mean, the fact that people think Protoss is OP just because their favorite caster whines about it every time that they talk about the game, you know, there's not really anything you can do about that. People want to feel like they fit in, so they're going to repeat what everybody else says. Alright, his infestation pit is about to finish. But he is dumping a ton of static defense, right? He is putting a ton of static defense on his expansions, which is good for us. This dude has spores all over the place. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You know he does. No, Protoss has the most strategies they can use to catch you off guard in a best of one. Most people are so immature about how humiliated they feel losing to cheese because streamers and content creators and pros and casters tell them, you should never lose to this. It's a bad strategy. They just they literally see text. They see text on their screen from someone who claims to know everything, and they trust their authority and they let it ruin the game for them. There's hardly any evidence to suggest that Protoss is so overpowered it needs to be deleted from the game, and yet the number of people who would parrot this is legendary. Legendary. I'm glad he took that base.
Good thing you've got more of those, right?
There we go. But you see how careful he's being? It helps. It helps me when he wants to be that careful. He pulls his workers off for me. He's turning he is killing a lot of his drones for me right now. And you can see he actually has no interest in interacting with us until we take our 4th base, right? So he's playing extremely passively. He's just waiting for the 4th. So that's why the 4th doesn't really matter. Like, I'm just gonna push him when I'm maxed out. That's my plan. But for him, he's gonna let me max out, and that's all I can work with, right? It's like, guys, what do I have to work with? And what I have to work with right now is this guy won't attempt to do anything unless I take my 4th base, right? So all I have to do is get to 200 supply and just all in him, and that's it. They do win in pro if you check Wikipedia. Well, there you go, guys. Random guy in chat said that we're wrong. All right, so what are all the tournaments Protoss won that Terrans and Zergs don't win? Are you talking about the online cups none of them play in? You talking about all the online cups they don't play in? Is that it? I've heard this one before. It's a pretty popular cope. All I have to do is keep the Hellions away from the Banelings. That's like the most important thing. But you see, this is what you do, right? And then you force him into a fight where he can't run away from you. And this is the secret. This is my secret to TVZ anyway. A lot of Zergs do this though. Like they turtle on queens till they have 4 or 5 bases, and then they're like, I'm gonna just spend infinite money forever. I'm about to spend money like I was born with it. Here we go, though. Here we go. But he can't engage us. He absolutely can't engage us here, so we'll just see what happens. All right, he's canceling his units. You see, he's ready. He's down for the base trade. But that's what I mean, though. You guys, this is what I'm saying, though. This is how Zerg players play. He literally let me kill his whole entire base because he knows he can't beat me, but he is gonna try to expand across the entire map and take 500 bases now, just to avoid taking that big fight. But he wants to play so scrappy. But that's just where we're at. This is just what we get. So I just say we go home. Yeah, go ahead. Thank you. Thank you for giving me that. I did need that. No. There it is. This man unironically believed he would rebuild his whole entire base in the corner of the map here, re-tech up to Hive, and then max out and kill me. But like, this is so common though. Like, they fixate. Like, a lot of Zerg players, they just completely fixate on their creep spread, making 500 queens, get burrow, you know. It's like, fur boots, Frappuccino, bleach blonde hair. You know, it's like they gotta get the whole setup before they leave the house. Seriously. Sometimes it's like waiting. I didn't say that. Yeah, once the ego infects the decision-making process, that's where it gets tough. That's where it gets tough. For sure. That was the biggest problem with the Balance Council, right? It was clearly run by a bunch of people who thought the stuff they did individually, each of them, was like really, really good. So clearly, the only problem with the game was getting rid of all the stuff that they didn't do. Oh, who could have guessed? Who could have guessed? Who could have foreseen this? Did you miss anything? No, you're good, you're good. But yeah, that's the number one problem. When you're like so full of yourself that you think everything you do is perfect, when people tell you there's a problem, you're just gonna say, well, just get rid of the stuff I don't do. There you go. Now there's less builds to cheese you, and you can have a more consistent game, and yon. Remember, guys, those are the people who are able to get a completely different version of the Cyclone put into the game. They were able to get a complete redesign on a unit in. At the same time, never made any attempts to touch late game ghosts, never made any attempts to touch the early game Protoss bullshit. But that's what I was saying. I mean, a lot more people have been complaining lately because they're no longer the ones making decisions. The balance wine is at an all-time high in some ways. It used to be considered disrespectful to say that a pro player only wins because of a patch. It's actually something I'm kind of known for myself, so it's hilarious to watch other people just absolutely shit all over the game that pays their rent. By saying that Protoss players who compete don't deserve any of their results. What a joke. What a sick joke. Protoss did not win Home Story Cup either. They did not win Home Story Cup either. Have I ever used a nuke? Yeah, I mean, sometimes. They're not very good. They mostly exist to, like, try and distract someone while you do something else, if that makes sense. But when they land, they can be pretty fun. It can be pretty fun. Because Clem played Terran, not Protoss? Yes, that's right. What race a specific player chooses to play or not play in an event is can be categorically extrapolated to determine balance across the entire player base. That's right. Incredible. Incredible. What stocks do you invest in? Hey guys, one of the top players in the world can win with each of the races. Wow, I'm shocked. What are you trying, what meaning are you trying to imply there? That because Clem could maybe hypothetically have won if he played Protoss the whole tournament, that Protoss is OP? Is that holy shit. Hang on, I might need to hit the Glass Nidus Worm after that. Actually, yeah, you got me fucked up, son. This guy's trying to tell me that a world champion winning games against other pros with his off race, it means we can extrapolate balance across the entire spectrum of the game. That is incredible. Oh, I think every wide receiver can play cornerback because of Travis Hunter. What say you? I await your analysis with bated breath. I feel like what you're trying to say is Clem is one of the best StarCraft 2 players there is. I would say, yeah, that's definitely the case. I've got a crazy idea for you guys, too. You guys want to know how to fix... You guys want to know why Zerg is underpowered? It's only because Clem doesn't play. That's it. Uh-oh. 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 Are the Zerg players not lifting their weight? Is that it? Ugh. What a weird thought. Are you telling me these guys just want to nerf Protoss so that they don't have to get better? Because sometimes that's what it sounds like. Uh-oh. Now, I know that we just spent the last 3 weeks talking about how Protoss don't deserve any recognition for winning events because of how busted they are, but... God forbid I tell you some of these Zerg players are kind of talking like they're lazy. Because I still see Cyril win shit all the time. What's their excuse? Huh? What's that? Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. That, ladies and gentlemen, is called the balance grift. He is tucked back in there. We haven't seen any air units from him too. I feel like he's going battle cruisers. I feel like this guy is he's got something memey going on here for sure. right? He's got his armories going, got his multi-tech labs. Oh yeah, 100%. This guy's just trying. I'm pretty sure this guy is just trying to do my build against me for the lulz. That's what we're getting. But yeah, I see a lot of people who can't compete at the level of everybody else bitching and moaning while people who bust their ass continue to win no matter what race they play. That's what I see. But this guy's just doing my build against me. He has the upgrade advantage. He's going into the tanks. That'll be a little bit problematic, but mostly what I need to do if I want to win this game is try and keep him from pushing me as long as I can. As soon as I left my base, he moved in, but thankfully it was a planetary. Yeah. I like that. Oh, his banshees. Okay, that's kind of cool. All right, that doesn't make me mad. I love that. The answer to this is a lot of spores. Oh, I can just keep his whole army over here too. That's nice. What a game. I say we just YOLO then, right? Maybe he doesn't have any anti-air at all. Yeah, I was gonna say, he just doesn't have any anti-air. What a weird game. I can't believe this guy turtled this hard to do mass banshees in TVT. Easily the only matchup where this could never work. Mostly because Vikings exist, right? Like, I think we can all agree my strategy is unusual, but even I build Ravens. But like, if he played any normal Terran, can you guys tell me if I'm wrong here? Would a normal Terran build not just have a bunch of Vikings and maybe a Raven or two? So he's hoping that there's like no scans? I don't know. I really thought he was just going straight for battlecruisers. I honestly did. I get all my MMR from TVT. Then the next balance patch should be done with AI. Unironically, it could be good. At least it could collate all the complaints into one list that could be actionable. But more importantly, you just have to make sure not to train it to be a StarCraft player. As long as you use one that doesn't think it's a StarCraft player, it will probably try to give you an unbiased opinion. Good luck. Good luck getting one of those out of a stakeholder in the game. But yeah, that's the balance grift anyway. TLDR. Lots of people who play this game or make content around this game deliberately antagonize any portion of the player base that they're not a part of, more or less to push a tribalistic, parasocial relationships with people. Personally, I think I need Protoss and Zerg players for this game to be fun, so I don't want them to leave. That should be what most people think, but apparently I'm in the minority there. I'm in the minority on that one. How we tricked the only people who still play RTS into hating each other's guts. Need a fourth race? Yeah. We need a new marginalized group, guy. We need a new group of people that we can all band together against, right? Then all the Terrans and Protoss and Zergs will be friends. Chaos is the natural state. Exactly. Once you accept that, then you can stop fighting it, you know? And you can be like, hey, maybe if it's impossible to actually perfectly balance this game, maybe we try some of those things that we didn't think could work because it would affect that perfect balance. That's like the last step. That is the last step. If this community could ever, if StarCraft 2's community could ever get that far, the game could have a renaissance, unironically. If they could ever get far enough to make that last connection, the game could have a whole new era. But you know, a lot of them are bitter because Blizzard's not around to do everything for them anymore. It was easier when some guy you couldn't argue with just made all the decisions for you, right? It's part of why things are the way they are. Only pros should talk about balance, etc., etc. Only the people invested in these changes that would mostly just benefit them should be allowed to talk about it. Wow, where have I heard this before? Surely the multiple people who have PhDs who casually watch StarCraft in their spare time are not intelligent enough to make any assertions about the state of the game purely based on observing it for a huge amount of time. No. We have a very exclusive group of people who are allowed to have opinions. Even worse, the people who actually play the game. Zoinks. I have a lot of people say GG to me and then don't leave, so I'm not going to slow down. He's got another base somewhere. You just dropping facts about life? Well, it has to do with life and StarCraft, you know? Beautiful thing about StarCraft is that much like life, it's a series of extremely stressful situations where you tell yourself you're trying to do your absolute best, and every single person who watches you suffering will tell you that you're not. And you eventually just grow to not enjoy anything because you end up applying this mindset to everything that you have. And I would say, yeah, that in that way, StarCraft and life are very similar. Very, very similar. And if you don't do things the exact same way as everybody else, then, you know, things won't work out. Everything will be horrible. You'll be miserable forever. So just give up all your dreams to do what we tell you to do because we're too insecure to ever do what we wanted to do. And one time something bad happened, which means bad things will always happen no matter what if you ever try to blah, 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 blah. It's a lot of what ifs. It's a lot of hypotheticals. It's a lot of big, scary words. It's no way to live. GG. In Halo, yeah, that's the thing. Like, you know, it's something that StarCraft could have benefited from tremendously if they had like separated the ladder or had like a pro mod or something like that people could play into. Like, they did end up putting in like this tournament function, but I think it's more of like a player base issue, right? You just have a player count problem. But like, hypothetically speaking, you could do nothing but play the in-game ladder tournaments. The only problem with those for me is that as a streamer, it's like the easiest possible way to snipe me. If you know that you press sign up, you're going to get put in a tournament with me in 49 minutes, you know? So obviously there's degrees to that. But the nice thing about the in-game tournaments, if they had gotten it to be a little more interesting, is that even though it is a best of one, you do have the option to look up the other player before the game starts. And that is the most interesting thing about it. But like, you know, unfortunately, it's just not a very, it wasn't a very well executed feature because there's no penalty for not showing up for your match, which means people will just sign up for every single one and never play half of them. Or you can just freely dodge if you don't want to play somebody who's in that with you too, so. That's just cope though. If Hearthstone or you Thermal sign up on challenge, nobody snipes them. Yeah, you know the challenge brackets are randomly generated, right? Are you aware of that? Do you know how that works? Also, you can't sign up on challenge to play the tournament anonymously. You have to have an account. People will know who you are. People will know something about you, right? I'm talking about like if you use the in-game ladder tournament thing, like it puts a big thing on your screen for like the whole entire time until it starts. This guy thinks I'm talking about competing. I'm just talking about being able to know what your ladder opponent is doing. It's the closest to a ladder game where you get to know anything about your opponent before the match. That's all. Oh, we got another Protoss. You just want more people to play? Hell yeah. You making the half build time mod? Okay, you gotta make a setting on it for 20% as well, because I said we should start at 20. I fantasize about 50%, but I'd like to make it very clear that might be too much. But I think if you just cut the build time of all the structures, even by 20%, you would smooth things out tremendously and make scouting around your base more important. Because while you'll have your stuff up in some ways faster as well, you know, like it will bring back one basing because people won't, you know what I mean? It'll be easier to get stuff going. That's like kind of the idea of it. It would put the game in a more accelerated state. So half might be too much. I fantasize about half. But 20% is probably, that's got to be big. You can't test it out? Unfortunate. You waiting for the DVD to hit a corner? Yeah, that's the... I try to offer something for everybody here. All right? There's not really much in the way of tournaments that happen at the hours that I'm live, I don't think. Everything is European, right? If I wanted to play a weekly, those are probably at like 5 in the morning. I think when I used to watch Wardy's stream, usually if I woke up in the middle of the night and couldn't sleep, Wardy would be on. I don't think there's too much in the way of well established. You might be too old for these youngsters. You used to watch the screen waiting for that. I do try to target millennial. I was born in 1993, so if you were the kind of person who was super, super excited when you finally got a CD boombox so that you could listen to your music out loud or tune into the radio without having to be in the car, like, I'm right there with you, bro. Right there with you. Saturday morning cartoons, watching Power Rangers. Hell yeah. Dragon Ball Z, let's go. Not being able to sleep and watching Wardy, literal same here. That's the nice thing, right? Because you just wait. I just get out of bed. And he's there. As soon as I left my base, he came, but that's okay. We'll just pull the rest of the SCVs. Fuck it. You're 85 early millennial? I see. Haven't you adjusted the bounces to make a certain number of corner bounces per hour before? No. The only thing I've ever done with the DVD logo AI is make it be random as possible. You may find that it hits the corner more often now that it does a little display when it happens. And I would say that you're probably think it hits the corner more often because in previous instances where you didn't notice it happening, there was no way for you to know, right? But now that there's direct feedback every time a corner hit happens, it does feel like it's happening more, right? Because there's a lot more spotlight on it. Either that or Claude Code is designed to intentionally make your DVD logo bounces not random when you program it. So could be one of the two. Jury's still out. We don't know. Yeah, we totally lost this game. GG. Well played. This is Mayhem. If I had gotten the pylon without losing the Cyclones, I think we would have been fine. It's because he finished the second Immortal, that's all. If he didn't finish the second Immortal, I think we can win right there, but I just couldn't get my Cyclone count to snowball at all. But yeah, I would never mess with that. Like, try to manipulate it to cause more. The only thing I've ever done was I built a WebSocket hook so that if people like subscribe, there can spawn additional logos and then they hit each other. And I've messed with the physics of when they bounce off of each other because it was really, really like, I can't describe it to you, but imagine that the physics just didn't work the first time I did it. So I did adjust that. That was the only thing I ever got manual on. But that was because like it was wrong. So the first time I did it, when it spawned the extra one, they would like hit each other and then they'd like rotate around and then separate. And I was like, yeah, I don't think that's the intended. I don't think that's what I was going for, but cool. That being said, I haven't been able to get the WebSocket thing to actually connect to the browser source. So in none of my testing with the C++ I wrote in the chat bot, it's not, when it runs the code, it's unfortunately, it's not getting the ping. So there's some sort of internal network service error or something that's going wrong for it to not reach OBS, but all it has to do is send a terminal command to the browser source of like, I think it's just like spawn object, parentheses, parentheses. Doesn't even need anything in it. All right, we got TVT. Yeah, the border flashed all fancy like. Exactly. So now there's a little animation when the bounce hits. That being said, I'm sure if you were to analyze the resolution that I created this one in for the in-game scene, if you're watching on shorts, you won't see this one, but on the horizontal stream, I actually have it filling the entire bottom middle of the screen. So I set it to like a, because it's just a browser source that I open it in, so I can make it any resolution I want. So that's how I get it to be like it's just bouncing through a rectangle. So I will say this, the fact that I made it bounce through a rectangle, maybe there's some mathematical reason why it would hit the corner more often there, but I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you that one. That would be purely accidental if it was the case. But it is possible there's more corner hits when it's in a rectangle than when it's in a rectangle. I always have it in a rectangle, but you know. I guess it's kind of like an oblong rectangle on the in-game one. Don't make me use my brain this much, guys. It's gonna heat up, and I'm not gonna be able to play the game. Marauders. Here we go. Weird build for this level. Thank you. Appreciate that. I love doing weird stuff. Everybody wants to fit in. Everybody wants to be an androgynous blob, so that when they approach their in-group, you know, everybody accepts them warmly and they all become one mass together. But I am an absolutely filthy creature that loves to live outside the usual. Some of us thrive in chaos and thrive in the unknown. So what do you guys think? It's going to be that Marauder drop again, most likely. He's going to drop the Marauders and then... You wish. Got him. Was that a Liberator? Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Sent me his racks. I appreciate that. So he's going mech. He's gonna go play. He's gonna play with the mechanical units. I'm sure the moment these Cyclones go back out on the map, that Liberator is gonna roll up on me real quick. This guy's weird. Well, you gotta remember, this guy is playing StarCraft at like 2 a.m. in Europe, so. YOLO. Oh, he had them Vikings. Ow, my boy was ready. He was super ready, huh? GG. I feel like he knew everything we were doing that game, huh? Let's see. It is 3 a.m. There's like nobody on. It would be so easy to snipe me. Yeah, he hasn't played in 5 days, it looks like. So probably got on to play against us. We can wait 2 minutes. If you guys think Nathan's being paranoid, keep your eyes on his icon here. It will go red when he's in game. And then you will be able to pat yourself on the back and say, I knew Nathan was being paranoid. Saying these things out loud, most people are scared to be wrong about anything ever. But all I have to do is confidently be incorrect, and if these guys are messing with me, they usually take the opportunity to make me look dumb. So he'll queue up for a game very shortly, or he'll just stare at me like you guys waiting for me to search for a game. Let's find out. I'm going to take 3 minutes, and if he doesn't queue up for a game by 5:29, it's 5:27 right now. So at 5:29, I'm going to just take a quick ad break and go use the restroom, grab a snack, and all that jazz. So we'll take a break. We'll take a break if he's taking one. If he's taking a break too. How are you guys doing? Looks like we just hit 26 in after hours. That's pretty nice. The chart this year is looking good. I do feel like I am going to queue for a game, by the way. I don't care if he snipes me. I just wanted you guys to all get on my side. So I'll search for a game. He's probably going to rematch us. This guy has not played any StarCraft for 3 weeks. His only game's against me. We waited 3 minutes. Now we get a rematch against him. So you guys know. This is just a guy who wants some attention. That's all. I'm going to play this game. I'll just do a 1-base all-in. Let him blind counter us and win the game. But I'm just going to make this one even shorter than the last one. It's not really worth my effort if he's not going to take it seriously. So we'll just do 1-base BC, and that's it. Expect him to have a very funny counter ready for it. That would be my expectation. Oh, is he trying to lag the game? Bro is crashing out. Bro is crashing. Now he's trying to lag switch the game just to waste even more of our time. If you can believe it. All right, I'll break out the glass nidus worm. Sorry, guys. This is Sabrina Carpenter made a song about men like this. You know how hard it is to convince people I actually get stream sniped? I don't care. He can do this to me all night. Oh my god, everybody watching the show is gonna become like fucking Vietnam vets. You guys will trust me forever if he validates me this much. Guy doesn't even get it. He's helping me build my own fucking cult right here. You know how crazy people think I am when I say this stuff happens? By all means, validate me, daddy. Validate me. Take all my MMR. The last thing you want to do is validate a psychopath narcissist like me. Oh my god. I don't care if I'm wrong. I don't care if I lose as long as I'm right. That's what you don't understand. You still don't understand. Speaking of not playing serially, where can I watch some custom game shenanigans? You know, I do usually start the stream with custom games. I do usually play a custom to get started. But the reason why, and you know, he stopped, by the way. Funny. He realized I was getting off on it. That's unfortunate. I was hoping he'd keep going. Anyway. Who's going to win the Super Bowl? Seahawks, baby. Go Hawks. Go Hawks. Sam Darnold revenge arc is about to be complete. Or, you know, redemption arc, whatever. Whatever arc you want to call it. I'm so proud of him. So proud of Sammy. What about Charbonnet? How is his leg? Is he safe? Is he all right? Do we know if Charbonnet is going to play? I just love his name. I don't even drink Chardonnay. More of a Cabernet guy. But, a Merlot will do too. We just gonna go push him. We just gonna push him. I'm not gonna give this guy any more of my time than he has been able to steal from me. Hell yeah. I love it, baby. Send the rest. All right, let's get it then. Keep moving, baby. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, he's got the, he did get a starport. That's nice. I got way too much gas. GG. All right, guys. I'm going to just take a quick break. This way this guy will watch some ads with you. And I assume he'll snipe us again. So this is probably just a really good time to take a quick 2-3 minute break. I'm going to grab myself a snack. I'll be right back, guys. Thanks for watching. And thank you for watching, Astro. All right, he queued up for a game as soon as I went into the break screen. He got in game as soon as I went to break, so we're good. He's in game. We're safe. Let's see if he quits his game 10 seconds in now that I came back from break, though. Come here, kitty, kitty, kitty. Easy, man. Thankfully, he cares about his MMR enough not to leave that game. That's nice. Sometimes they quit that game immediately when I come back. You missed the mop on top of my head? Yeah. It's nice. It's nice to remind people I can grow a lot of hair if I feel like it. Katie does not miss it though. I will say she's much happier. She's been pretty supportive of my recent endeavors there. Maybe there's actually nobody else on, huh? Was it just me and the sniper? He got the only other guy playing ladder today, maybe. Oh, there we go. Just had to restart. All right, TVT. Let's get it.
Minerals pay the bills. Mine more. SCV ready. Minerals don't grow on trees. Kinda low on the minerals there, huh?
The new season of Below Deck Down Under starts tonight. Got it DVR'd. Got it DVR'd for when Babe gets home. Season 4. Some of us can't grow such a majestic Samson-like head of hair. Yeah, I know. But I've got a giant forehead. So I've had people telling me I'm balding since I was 15. So it's like, I haven't grown my hair out that long since I was in high school, unironically. My coach made me get a cut in basketball because I spent too much of the game pushing it out of my eyes. And then I watched The Walking Dead, and obviously I could never have long hair again because, yeesh, you see what happened to some of those people? Are you kidding me? You know what they say about huge foreheads? I also wear a size 11 shoe. So there you go. And I'm only 168 centimeters tall. Ooh, uh-oh. That's right, bring in that Hobbit hammer. You better watch yourself. Why would he leave his SCV here all the way out to my Reaper coming out? Is he, could be aggro. Jean-Baptiste Emmanuel Zorg. I was going for guy from Fifth Element. What's his face? When Sirius Black was in Fifth Element. Gary Oldman. I've always wanted to retrieve an ancient relic from inside the guts of a blue opera person who secretly had the key to the world, right? Or something. Multipass. Although if you look really closely at that artifact, it kind of gives a little bit of Hellraiser. I'm just saying. It's almost like a Lament configuration. Gary Oldman is the man. Literally. It's in his name. Hard to argue that. I don't think I'll ever engage in any level of celebrity worship ever again after this last week, but some folks give hope. I certainly haven't seen anything from him in a while, but I'll do my due diligence. I've only ever heard good things about him, though. TVT. It kind of gets safe to move out of your base once you have like 3 cyclones. You do have to be careful. Reaper Hellion can jump this. The Ravens kind of reduce some of that risk, but it's not. You can't get risk to 0. It's not possible. It's like using detergent, you know? Even detergent can't claim to get 100% of shit. All right? So don't tell yourself you have to as well, because that's kind of crazy. If Dawn can't do it, I don't know why you would put that much pressure on yourself. Just saying. What we got?
More things all out of energy.
Back-to-back corners. Sometimes it'd be like that, I guess. That being said, if you guys actually thought that there was maybe an actual like coding program in the DVD logo, and you were like, Nate, it's actually like, I'm actually Rain Man, I just know that this is wrong, I can give it another pass and take another look at it at some point. But I did build it using an agentic LLM command line interface, so. Got him. Not bad at all, huh? Jean Reno? The Frenchman. Are you talking about the French guy from the Godzilla movie? That's all I really think about him from. I also know he was actually in one of the earlier video game things that were done. Now that I think about it too. There was some game where he was like a main... I think we're both thinking of the same guy. I don't know. He's the guy in the Godzilla 1999 or 2000 version that says, "What did you see, old man?" And then he says, "Godzilla. Godzilla." You guys, with Matt Broderick? Come on, guys. What's one of the... No, it's one of the worst Godzilla movies ever made. But again, I was 10 years old. At the time, it was fucking awesome. So what are you going to do? What are you going to do? All right, little kid Nate thought it was the most badass thing he'd ever seen. Even though it's like, unironically, the worst Godzilla movie I think that's ever been produced. So, here we are. Take it back. No, I loved it. I got nothing but love for Godzilla, okay? I got nothing but love for Godzilla. If it wasn't for Godzilla, Tokyo would have been destroyed a long time ago, and that means that I don't get Metal Gear. That means I don't get, like... Castlevania. You have any idea how many video games Japan made? Without Godzilla, we'd be fucked. So, yeah. Yeah, I got nothing but love for Godzilla. I got nothing but love for him. I have his Fortnite skin, okay? I also have Mecha Godzilla. Jean Reno? Yeah. Yeah, one of them couldn't get out. The other one is fine. So I think we're okay here. Beautiful. Yeah, a lot of pretty cool shits from Japan. Alright? You better thank Godzilla too, if you use one of them fancy ass bidets. I don't know if Japan invented bidets, okay? I just know they got the fancy toilets. They have them in Korea as well. Yeah, they've also had like negative interest rates for a very long time, so you could probably thank them for a decent amount of the economic growth they've dumped into the planet since the 90s as well. They've done a lot. They've done a lot for you, whether you realize it or not. You going to Japan on the 8th for a bonsai convention? I am jelly AF. I feel like I could actually kind of fight him here. Now, if I had them stacked, there wouldn't be one on the edge he could poke. But I'm not gonna like put that effort in right here. I'm gonna just kind of do what I want to do, which is I've already preset their move command to go through his whole base and rip everything to pieces. So I am gonna stop it though, because if he's gonna expose his armory, then there's really no reason for me not to take it. Yeah, engaging him directly is gonna probably give me the worst returns, huh? I just need to show up, Yamato a base, teleport out. That's what I usually do. I'm getting a little cute this game. Getting a little cute, throwing away some units as well. It's not always the way to do it. See what we can do. Bonsai. Ah, I see. That's pretty based of you. Doing something like that for your dad is awesome. My dad's doing a lot better than I am these days, so it's a lot of fighting him to not just send random stuff to show up on my doorstep, you know? Wow, he really let me pop that. That's funny. R22 is coming in hot. How do you stack the BCs? You kind of want to click under them. You gotta keep in mind that units go to where the indicator is. But it's one of those things that I guess is kind of considered like known or basic StarCraft knowledge, is that I think I got to kill 3 Vikings and didn't lose anything, so that's nice. YOLO. Got him. Lol. You're at maximum supply. What are you gonna do now, huh? Magic Man? You're right, I actually have 72 SCVs. Good point. That would be the move here. Actually, yeah, good point. Thank you, guy in chat. See, sometimes I listen to y'all. Beautiful. I'm gonna do something psycho. Hmm? Yeah, that's what I thought. Beautiful. Beautiful. All right, we should be able to do like one big BC all in to end this. He managed to earn a 20-minute game, which means I will now give him the chance to win for free. That's how we play, boys. Prepare yourselves. Just gonna repair my guys, get my cooldown maxed out, and we're just gonna send it. I don't play 30-minute games of StarCraft anymore. He has absolutely lasted an incredible amount of time. But our dance is about to come to a finish. Our dance is about to come to an end. Let's do it, baby. How good's your Viking micro? Well played. GG. Hell yeah. I wasn't gonna drag that out for an hour, guys. I got more respect for you than that. The urge to death ball is strong. Indeed, indeed. Oh, we did crazy damage to him all game, honestly. He was just very clearly a goated player, right? Yeah, by BC, exactly. I mean, if you make it to the 20-minute mark against me, I'm just going to teleport everything into your base, so. That's just the way it is. We are searching for another game. GG, thank you. Appreciate it. I know, what a crazy game, right, guys? Like, maybe we could have won, but I just didn't want to, like, keep splitting them up and going around, you know? I just didn't want to do that. Exactly. All right, we got a random player. Now remember, he doesn't auto-leave. He's probably Protoss or Zerg. The last time I played him, he was Zerg, and he actually did a pretty greedy strategy. Or actually, no, it was like Proxy Ravager, now that I think about it. So he'll probably do some kind of cheese. So I'll just do like my regular Zerg build, and I'll build a bunker pretty quickly. But this map doesn't have a free gas space, right? So, yeah. You probably won't do that build here. Probably not. Nate, what up? Yo, Dubstep. Not much. How you doing, man? Just chilling. It's just Monday, you know? Just casual Monday. Playing some 3 a.m. European ladder. You know how it goes. Oh, it is a TVT. Okay. Well, if he sends a Reaper into my base, I'm going to leave the game. But if he doesn't, we'll play it out. We'll see what happens. My build is an auto loss versus Reapers, so... But as soon as he jumps up into my base and starts killing all my stuff and I can't catch him, I'm just going to go next. We might get lucky. If he keeps him at home, we'll see. Fingers crossed. If you guys want to throw up a prayer for this to be a good game, pray that he doesn't just send his Reaper straight to my main. I love watching you play. Thank you, Aaron. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. Is Sade all right? You know, I don't know. I haven't seen him in a long time. There's been a lot of crazy stuff going on. Oh my goodness. Wow, I can't believe I got that. It's my soundboard for the first time today on that one. We didn't like live near Snohomish, but it was like maybe an hour drive, and now it's like 2 hours. So we're not really going down there very often. I mean, I'm just glad that he didn't get here in time to like punish me, you know? It's actually really nice that I got away with being this greedy in TVT, because it usually doesn't happen. It's pretty nice. You haven't been able to play for a bit, so it's nice to see raw games. Hell yeah. Totally get that. Totally get that. Well, if any of you guys' uncle works at YouTube, tell them to give me the dual stream key feature, okay? So I can give you guys both feeds on YouTube. YouTube's the only place I got anything going for me these days, so I'm trying to do as much there as I can. I appreciate you taking a second to say something nice. The contrast between what people say after like a crazy game in Twitch chat and YouTube chat is always the complete opposite, and I love it. It's one of my favorite things. People on Twitch always want to see Saul. Like, they'll always be like, oh, we could have done this, right? Like, it was just this. And then on YouTube, people are just always like, wow, actually, pretty fun game. Like, that was nice. Cool to watch. Good game. Thanks for the games. And I'm like, god damn. That's nice. I do appreciate that. Oh, he got the ninja. Terran has the best soundtrack. Yeah, it's up there. It's very good. I made a Viking because I'm so used to playing TVZ when I do this build. This is the tricky part, though, because this is where I stop basically making stuff, so... And we try to just go right into the BCs. I'm try to get y'all crazy game here before we step up. Need up my BC game? You're teaching me the ways? Hell yeah, man. Well, if you guys have seen, I put out a guide. I put out a TVZ Battlecruiser guide the other day. I've been putting out lots of BC shorts and all of that jazz. So, of course, those have... Again, all that stuff's been doing really, really well. So I'm just going to keep doing that. Yeah, he just took his regular third. So he already had a third command center is the crazy thing to think about with that. So he actually already had a 3cc. He was trying to take his 4th base as a ninja. That's what he was trying to do. Tried to take a ninja 4th base at 5 minutes. Love the BC stack vids. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. What rank? I am Masters Europe. I have a lot of ping. But I like playing on Europe because there's just more people who play there than the other servers, so. Even though it's like 3 in the morning in Europe right now, I'm still getting a lot of games against a variety of opponents. But if I like tried to play North America right now, I'd literally play 3 people over and over. I tried. I really, you guys need to understand, like many people, I am a selfish fucking creature, okay? There's nothing I want more, nothing my little monkey brain wants more than to just boot up fucking NA and play with no lag all day. Like, I can't tell you how much I absolutely hate the fact that nobody actually plays this game except in Europe. All right? I can't tell you how much it breaks my heart. But there's also nothing I can do about that. So, it is what it is. Yeah, so he's just right up, right? We got another guy just going straight for the Vikings, huh? Straight for big Vikings. But this guy's turtling like crazy. This guy is turtling so hard, it's going to be impossible for us to harass him. NA is all Smurfs and low diamond. Well, I think really it's mostly just that. It's mostly just that there's less people who play there, you know. In Europe, people don't like lose their livelihoods over not having a job, like, you know, the same way Americans do. So I feel like if you're American and you're going to put that much time into something, it's usually got to be work, right? Or you've just, yeah, so there's not really a lot of opportunity to bring new players into the game, which I think is also another tragic aspect of it. But yeah, I just play Europe. I just play Europe. My MMR is very, very low. I have like 200 ping, but again, it's play with 200 ping or play the same guy for 20 games straight. That's like, who knows if this guy is sniping me? I don't really care. I've only played him once the whole 5-hour stream. I can play a guy a few times. As long as I don't have to play this dude like 5 games in a row, you know? Then I'd be like, man, this sucks. But today's been pretty good. I have nothing to complain about. Today's actually been a really nice day, and I got a bunch of clips, so I really tried to focus on making some cool, good plays, late game fights happen, and I think we did a really, really good job of that. So again, I've got no complaints about today. It's been a perfect stream, honestly. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. I know what you're thinking, but Nathan, you definitely lost more games than you won. Yeah, that's just life sometimes, you know? I don't take it personally. Just like I don't take this guy not scouting a single thing I do and clicking his units to where I am on the map personally. I don't take that personally either. This guy's playing like the dude I just matched up against. I don't take that personally either. That's just how it is. But this guy's just doing the exact same thing the guy last game did. Completely uninteractive, spam a shit ton of bases. That being said, I did get away with not building a Reaper, so if you think about it, really, I'm still the lucky one here. But I think this guy's probably just doing it because he's mad that I clapped his cheeks the last time we played. This is the guy that tried to do the shitty Ravager all-in against us earlier. Yeah, I don't care about your battle cruisers, dude. Those just suck. Battle cruisers are terrible. Give me your Vikings. That's what I want. You don't have the talent to beat me with battle cruisers, all right, kid? Go back to the store, get something else. You may be the guy I just played on his alt account, but that doesn't mean you can beat me with battle cruisers, bitch. Let's go. Let's base trade. Fuck it. Let's do it. Let's go. Just make it so he can't build stuff. That's all. He thought I didn't have any tanks. Is that it? He's gonna build 5 more starports here. That's what I thought. Hell yeah, man. Let's do it. That's what I thought. I love how he had it all going. You know, it really feels like I just played the same guy twice in a row. Have they both been laddering, or I'm just curious. I just need to know now. Okay, yeah, he took a break for about 2 hours, got on. Oh, he played the Astro guy. Oh my god. Oh, I'm sure those two must be best friends then. He's the guy who saved me. He's the guy who saved me from playing Astro 3rd game in a row. What a god. What a Giga Chad. You love to see that. Hey, he did my build too. He does all my builds. That's incredible. He did a double battlecruiser rush against him. That's hilarious. I love that. Nate sounds like the post-game interview. Hell yeah. Is this EU ladder? Yes, it is. Do you use rapid fire for your mouse? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I use rapid fire so that I don't have to click a million times to do stuff like attack, move, or cast spells. It's one of the only reasons why I can still play StarCraft. A couple years ago, before I found this setup, I used to get pretty bad wrist pain. But I don't really have to use my mouse hand for too much other than aiming when I play the game nowadays. I'm sure it's like got an MMR cost in terms of precision, but you know, I can only tell you so many times enjoying playing the game is more important than winning before, you know, you get bored of me saying it or I lose my ability to speak. But yeah, I just hold down the A key. I just hold down the A key and my guys will just go wherever my mouse is. Same for my patrol command. I have it bound to Q, W, E, R, T, and A. I don't really use too much else for, but it's really nice because you can use it to insta-siege like Liberators. You can use it to get all of your Cyclones locked onto stuff, and it's a very, very powerful way to play the game. Looks like Berkshire Hathaway had its highest trading volume today since May 2024. My wife is listening and agrees. Yeah. I'm sure you guys would prefer to watch a 30-year-old man scream about how the video game isn't fair and I should win every match for no reason because I'm a big baby. It's another random player. Okay. Well, most random players won't play TVT, so I'm just gonna play this as like it's a Zerg or a Protoss. It's my move. Maybe we'll do something a little fun if he's a Protoss. Is the joke with the DVD thing that it never hits the corner? I'm waiting for it, man. See, guys, all it took was about 45 minutes for someone to come into chat and ask if it ever hits. About an hour and a half ago, somebody asked me if I manually tuned it to possibly land more often because of how many times it happened. But the reality is, because it's in a truly random pattern in a symmetrical space, there's a pretty decent chance that once it gets a corner hit, it will actually be locked into a pattern where it kind of has to happen a few times quickly as it, you know, it's not that volatile of a bounce. So conversely, when it's not hitting the corner, sometimes it can't feel like it's taking an eternity for the same reason. So she agrees about having fun over letting it get to you. Yeah, exactly. Hey, I'm not gonna I'm not gonna invalidate even my own sweatiness. When I was 23 years old, yeah, absolutely, being the best StarCraft player would have been freaking dope, you know? But now I just want to be the best husband that I can be and support my family and also still enjoy this thing that I love, that I still get to be a part of, right? So that's kind of how I look at it nowadays. It hit, yeah. How to full screen? YouTube does not give me the option to send both feeds to the stream yet, so. Oh, he proxied me, right? That SCV, he never SCV scouted me, but it just came from the corner there. Could be a little closer. Same age, 93, baby. 93, heck yeah. Definitely put me under the impression that he was going to have something there, because I don't know what he's doing with his SCV on my side of the map if he's not scouting me. Maybe it was a misclick. Look at that. Hell yeah. 06? Damn. $2006. I don't know if I remember much of anything from that year, to be honest. I spent most of my childhood just running around unsupervised in the woods with my Boy Scout friends, so that's about it. Them, not me, but yeah, that was about it. Exactly, after the Fellowship of the Ring. There are just miles and miles and acres of forest out in the northeast. Damn, I don't have any anti-air for this Liberator, so I just gotta go, right? I was gonna build a Raven, but... Oh, he's just all-inning us. Never mind, we can just go next. Getting all-inned by a random player? Say it ain't so. Here, we'll give him a second to search for a match. Let's see. Let's see if we can dodge him. Just because if he's gonna play random and cheese me, I mean, like, you know, we might as well spare ourselves getting cheesed 5 more times, right? If we look at his match history, we can see he's actually played like 15 games today, so he'll probably queue for another one. He'll probably, yeah, he's already in a game. We're good. Pocket knives and sharpener sticks. Yeah, exactly. Was your dad, we were also in a single parent family where your dad was never home? Had a lot of time to myself to get into trouble. Cracking the neighbor's Wi-Fi passwords so I could get online and do my schoolwork. Crazy shit, man. I've been playing StarCraft since 2004, though. I started playing Brood War in 2004. Me and my friends would just play custom games like all the time. We played tons of like big game hunters. No, I mean when I was 14, man, I used Wireshark and an Ubuntu OS to get into my neighbor's Wi-Fi to do my school homework. We wouldn't have internet for like months out where I was. Basically just get left out there. Some crazy shit. There it is. GG. Yeah, see? Another TVT. That's the tough part, man. All my free wins come from TVT. That's why I can't beat any Zergs or Protosses. I got a 60% win rate in TVT from people just leaving. Yeah, that's my build. I'm hillbilly nerd. Born in the city, grew up in one of those small towns. Just imagine all your stereotypes about bumblefuck America. That place. Good times. You love that movie because of how Green Goblin stole all the scenes. I mean, Willem Dafoe is incredible. Truly. If you like movies enough to appreciate what Willem Dafoe does, you know, then this will probably reach you when I say that he really is just absolutely one of the most amazing actors ever. Hands down. Hands down. No, people, you know what? I'll just say it right now because people always freak out when I say this. But like, yeah, we didn't even have a mailbox. We had to go into another town to get mail because there were so few people who lived out where I grew up. So we'd have to drive 15, 20 minutes into town just to pick up the mail. That's also where I went to school. So I had a 2-hour-long bus ride because I was at the start of the route because I lived out by the bus depot. Some crazy shit, man. It'd be like 3 degrees in Pennsylvania. I'd just be out waiting for the school bus at 5 a.m. Usually got there at like 5:15. Nuts. Boondock Saints. There was a firefight. All the wannabe Giga Chads know it was also obviously in American Psycho as well, right? There's a lot of iconic roles over the years. Who hasn't seen that GIF? Who hasn't seen the GIF of him or the other one or in the other one? Actually, there's like two. There's like two famous ones from that one, right? You got him at the dinner. You got him at the club. Am I missing one? There might be a third one. Maybe a third Willem Dafoe GIF from American Psycho. I'm missing. Oh, yep. Sorry, yep. That's the third one. Iconic. It's like Nick Cage. I'm not going to necessarily say they're on the same level, but they both have a similar level of an iconic sort of gravitas that they bring on camera. Two very different actors, but I love them both for the same reason. You'll be hard pressed to find people who sink into a role more than those two. Nate, you've been streaming for hours? Amazing work. Yeah, man. Well, you know, Kate's not going to be back for probably another 3 hours, so the only thing I have to do is just wait for Lewis to beg me for food and take him out for a walk. And no, I'm just kidding. Katie gave him some food before. Katie actually went to work after I started today, so I wanted to get on early today. I wanted to get on early so I could play really good matches. So even though we're at the part of the stream where it's like, you know, obviously it's maybe 4 a.m. in Europe now. We're probably just playing other Americans who also play on Europe at the moment. Like, I doubt there's anybody else really on, right? So but no matter how good or bad any one game goes, all I need is some content from my YouTube shorts. That's all I'm trying to do. Just get some good content so that when one of you guys are out walking your dog, or you just finished making love and you're rolling over and you just want to watch some random shit on your phone that you swipe and you see Nathanias building battle cruisers. That's what I want. That's what I want for you. Nice. Yo, Aaron, thank you for the super chat. Bless you, man. Appreciate it. All right. Saved it too. Feels amazing, man. But we absolutely gave him a kick. Gave him a swift kick. I see his observer right on top of my ramp here, by the way. Good. Now, these are Cyclones. They're one of my favorite units in the game. Most people don't like them because pro players don't say that they're good. That's about it. But they're very, very fun units to play with. I never got my Raven, though. That's the only thing. Oh my god, what am I doing? I clipped that. Oh my god, that's going to be a sick clip. There we go. See? That might be that might be the best clip I got today. I got him to dive on the tank with a shit ton of mines under it. How about that? I didn't even realize it. I didn't even realize how goated that was until it happened. It's amazing. Let's get it then. He's tried to bring some pressure, certainly. But the style, this is a different way that I play the game sometimes. I do like Banshee. I do like Banshee Mine, and I kind of use some tanks just to basically bait them to jump into the mines, and that's kind of a part of it. But I'm kind of just hoping that I did enough damage with my early harass to get away with taking some ninja bases, taking up, what does he got? Templar Archives. It's great. Good stuff. Techies build. I like to call it Singed. If you ever played a game called League of Legends, Singed is a character who has no actual abilities. He just turns on a poison trail that he leaves behind him. And he's an absolutely incredibly fun character to play because more or less the inclination for people is to want to dive him and grab him, but all he has is move speed and obviously the poison he leaves behind. So the whole entire point of playing the character is more or less to get people to chase you and kill themselves in doing so. And he's very fun to play. So I love him. I love him. You know about techies? Oh yeah, I know you can place mines. I've played Dota 2. I've played Dota 2. I've tried all the games. I've had a lot of friends. Had a lot of friends in my career that are big Dota guys. Yeah, that happens. I've got more command centers though, so. Fantastic. All right, well, we're probably not going to be able to get another base up at this rate with the way he's being aggressive here. Yeah, he's just chilling. He's just chilling and farming them command centers, so we're in a tough spot. I never got drilling claws. That's the only real mistake, I think. You need more static defense. Yeah, baby. Let's get it. Let's dance. I just needed you to stop moving for a second there, okay?
Not enough energy.
Stalkers are so good against battlecruisers. It's tough, man. It's tough. We probably can't win this game, but this really was about my only way to try. But I can make him turtle really hard now, so I got that. Oh, he missed his chance. Oh, you're just gonna leave? You think it's that simple? You think you just get to go? I'm gonna keep him here. Pressure the other base. Man, look how much money he's spending on static defense. This is very good. This is very good for us. Money is still the biggest problem because obviously he killed 1 million command centers of ours early on, but it's not unwinnable. Yeah, take what you can get. Damn, the moment I moved that those mines, he came in. That's just terrible luck, right? Terrible luck for Nathan. I was trying to start a few more guys there. I mean, if he does let me build absolutely nothing but pure BC, maybe this turns into something. I just don't know if I'm going to be able to make it happen. It's a very, very expensive strat. His army's just waiting there for me, too.
Your command center's got some new toys. Poor thing's all out of energy. This costs gas, and you need more of it. Not enough Vespine gas. Fix that. Not enough energy. You're gonna need more gas.
Oh, is this it?
You've depleted that mineral field.
Mm-hmm. I mean, he's got a lot of stalkers, right? See? He gets nothing, and I got one or two right there. We can finally start building more battle cruisers again. It's been a bit of an issue cost-wise, right? Thankfully, he has no idea where my army is. Just gotta go with it sometimes. He's only got so much, right? Well, you gotta remember, he's the one that's paranoid now, right? So... Nice. Got a bunch of stalkers there. It's honestly like a situation where I need building armor to... Yeah, go for that base. Go for it. Go for the base you haven't looked at or seen all game, please. That's what I want. This makes my life easier. Now you can use your recall to go back to the other base. Perfect. Perfect.
Protect them. You've exhausted that Vespine geyser.
Actually, I think we can fight these guys. He doesn't have a battery, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Oh, he just got rid of all of his own mines? Just go for all the command centers. Let them fight it. GG. Holy smokes. Is this a real game or someone from the Nate Cabal trying to bait you into a 40-minute game? Well, you gotta remember, it's only you guys that think people come onto the ladder knowing everything about me, all right? That's a you guy thing. This was a pretty good game, which is the main reason why I played it out to its penultimate conclusion. That's all. He attacked me a lot. We had a good back and forth. I harassed him. It turned into like a quasi-base trade, and you know, it was just a pretty good match. I don't think we need to sully it with anything like that, right? Do you guys feel like he was trolling me? Because I don't. I don't feel like he was trolling me, so... People who are trying to waste my time usually, they usually make it really obvious, so... But he was out on the map, he was moving, he was cruising the whole game. I'm gonna guess he's played a bunch of games tonight, too. Okay, well, that was his first game in 2 weeks, but, you know, sometimes it be like that. I'm just gonna be thankful either way. But you know what? You guys are right. I have been going for 6 hours. That should probably be it. I didn't know at the last second who would win. I know, right? Isn't that the hallmark of a great game? It's a tough game. It's a stressful game to play. But to watch, I mean, I can only hope that you guys enjoyed what you just saw, because it went 30 minutes. So, could you imagine if you didn't? Holy shit. I felt like Nate had it, but not so simple. Well, again, you got to remember, battle cruisers are like Marines. They're only as good as your micro with them. But You can go all the way up to GM with just Marines if your micro's good. And you can go all the way up to Grandmaster with just battlecruisers if your micro's good. So that's going to be it for me tonight, guys. I'm just going to say big thanks to everybody chilling. Glad I stayed, but I wanted to go toke and crash out 30 minutes ago. Yeah. I mean, I've been on. This has been a long stream. I don't do over 6 hours this much, but I was just kind of vibing. So thank you so much again for everybody tuning in. I really appreciate it. You guys can always catch more Nathanias on YouTube/Nathanias. I put up shorts. You'll see highlights from today's show in bite-sized format over there, especially that Widowmine bait onto all the siege tanks. Particularly with how that game ended, it makes me like more excited to kind of talk about what went down. And aside from that, yeah, Resident Evil 9 coming out next month. So make sure you're following on Twitch. Make sure you're following on the YouTubes. And this is my son, Lewis. He wants to go for a walk. He wants to go stretch his legs out. He's telling me it's time to get off the computer games. All right, you want to say hi, Larsh? Yes, she says hello. What is that? Is that my sock? You son of a bitch. Hey. Anyway, yeah, so he needs dinner. He needs dinner and he needs to stretch his legs a little, so I'm gonna take care of him. Yeah, thanks for watching. And no raids. I'm sorry, guys. I don't exist. You know, most people in StarCraft just simply act like I do not exist at all. I'm not particularly interested in dipping my toes back into the overall space. So I like having my little place here where I don't have to pretend to be somebody else to make other people happy. So yeah, shout out. The only person I'd probably raid is Pig, but he's never on when I'm done. So have a nice night. See you around.